that's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, just hug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm moving in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the letter, I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Stand at attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You're not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, just hug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel and be the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. On grind. I'm going in. On grind. Right on the way to the top. 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 On grind. I'm going in. On grind. I'm gonna win. Flip the letter I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You're not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. On grind. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 Did it, I did it, I did it. On grind. I'm going in. Got me like, on grind. Woo! Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, just hug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel and be the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. On grind. I'm going in. On grind. Right on the way to the top. 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 On grind. I'm going in. On grind. I'm gonna win. Flip the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the Kakao hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition. I'm not a regular civilian. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop.
Guys, welcome back to League of Legends, Legends and South Asia. It's me, Madness, alongside Fireball. We have two best of threes coming in over here, but let's take a moment, to talk about what happened yesterday. Because yesterday was day one of Legends and coming in. Kakao, versus RPG. Kakao had a pretty dominant performance. Even in the first game, Red Corporal was, AFK for around pretty much half the time of game one, and they still pretty much showed a dominant performance, taking the series 2-0, grabbing the points they needed. The second game was much more tightly contested, right? Even though, Poor Patrol did put up a good fight, unfortunately falling down 2-1 to the hands of Phoenix Ascension. And like we said, all three games were like a blast out between them, and Poor Patrol, at least game 2, showed a really good showing.
Yeah, definitely. Poro Patrol gave us a surprise in that game 2 as well. They completely dominated PNX Ascension. Now we don't know if it was more of a slip off from Ascension or Poro Patrol has that caliber. Regardless, they did end up putting points up on the board. So here is the league table. Kakao Gaming with the 2-0 clean victory, take away all the 3 points. That leaves RPG with 0. PNX Ascension and Poro Patrol, the second game of the day, as you mentioned, went to 2-1, went all the way. So 2 points for PNX Ascension, sitting on second place, and in third place will be Poro Patrol from Bangladesh. So here coming at the prize pool for the tournament. So just reminding you guys what is on the stake right now. An absolutely bonkers 10 lakh rupee prize pool. So divided into the group stage and the knockout stages. We are in the group stages of the tournament right now after the qualifications phases have been done. So a lot to play for Madness.
Yeah, definitely, especially that LCP wildcard playoff spot as well is a huge bonus point. But how we actually got here over to here is Qualifier 1, Qualifier 2, Qualifier 3, done between April 27th to June 8th. 3 teams from each of those qualifiers, went ahead. Now we're into the league stage part of Legends and the main tournament. It started yesterday, June 13th. This is the second day of it coming out, and it will continue at least to July 20th. That's when, the playoffs begin between July 25th to August 3rd. Talking a bit more about the format, right now it's a 19th round robin league stage, so each team will face against each other at least once. going in forward, the points they build up will lead to the top 4 members. Those top 4 will battle it out in a double elimination playoff to decide who is actually crowned Legends Ascent champion, as well as getting that LCP wildcard playoff. And yet again, another reminder to the folks at home, we are into full fearless draft in League, and oh boy, there's no better time to be watching League of Legends right now.
Yeah, Fearless Draft just brings in a completely new experience of League of Legends. I mean, previously you would have the same team compositions picked up again and again. I mean, the 2 or 3 bans would hardly change anything, but now all 5 champions, they have to be new every single game. That just forces the teams to adapt and come up with new strategies, and that is so much better as a viewer. So coming to today's schedule, we have a double header today again as well. Match 1 is going to be between Revenants and Syndicate, 2 teams from India with a lot of players who are experienced. They have been in the scene for quite some while. So it's going to be a best of 3. The second game immediately after this will be between S8UL Esports, the favorites, against Kaka Gaming, and boy, what a blockbuster this is going to be. That game could very well be the final game at the end of the tournament. But focusing more on the first game at hand, Syndicate versus Revenants. Revenants having players like Potato Monster and SYN, Unseen Blade. So a lot of names that we have been looking at for quite some while now. Syndicate having players of their own like Abdo Rising and Shaikan. So these players, they're not new. They're not shy from experience. First game, right into the draft phase. Syndicate will be starting on the blue side, Revenants on the red side. And if you see Potato Monster, you have to ban the Tristana, and that's what Syndicate has done.
And in the same fashion, the Lux ban against, Bob Black Thief as well is something that has to be put in there. The S8UL again banned against Haram because he is very flashy in the champion. He does put in good performance. And you talked about a bit of the old faces. Let's talk a bit about the new ones, right? Harambe, another guy who's recently joined our community, recently started playing with us, and he's already in one of the top teams as of had a banger performance as the ADC in his qualifier. And this is a bit of a revenge matchup coming in here over here, because Revenants are the ones that actually knocked out Syndicates, at that time known as FFing, out of qualifier 2. So I think Syndicates are out for a bit of revenge for themselves. But heading back into the draft, at least Deadeyes won't get to play his Jarvan that he's pretty well known for. The Braum gets neutralized, a very good support right on Government, can pair up very nicely with a lot of things. And a Fury ban coming in out over here does beg a question, because I don't think Buzz Lightyear is going to be playing that much, or Deadeyes, but let's hope to see how they go. But it's going to be Syndicate locking in the Rel as their first pick over here at Fireball.
A very bold pick coming up right off the bat. One of the better, or like even the best engages. There is hard engages coming in from Rel. So much CC and so much tankiness that Rel brings in. It's obviously very nice. So we did see the Shaco hover, but that's not going to be the case. So after Tristana, I think the second most played champion for Potato Monster is hands down this Smolder. He has been grinding solo queue, playing the Smolder over and over again, and it's almost like Smolder has become his second sort of one trick. I mean, after Tristana, he is most comfortable on the Smolder, and they're just gonna make him play that champion in game 1. They lock in the bot lane, getting the Alistar support as well, and I think that's a pretty good counter to Rel. So whenever Rel's trying to jump in, dash in, Alistar can just headbutt her away. So I like that pick in response to the Rel.
Yeah, definitely the Rel is a good pickup. But yeah, Alistar countering quite a bit of it. So Revenants playing the draft already had a good potential. It's going to be the Kai'Sa in the bot lane for the side of Harambe Avenger. He's had a couple of MVP-like performances. He's even got the MVP as well. So it's up to see how he does play on the champion. He already has a lot to go in on. And if people are unfamiliar with the name Crown, it's because that guy is Zuko, now just known as Crown. So he's also pretty much an old member in the scene from the old gods rosters as well. So a lot of these players do know each other and the tendencies they like to go for. But it's going to be Deadeyes picking up the Nocturne in the jungle for the side of Syndicate. Already looking like a pretty nice and well-balanced comp from their side. Let's see what Revenants want to pick up as their last pick of the first phase of picking over here. Let's see what they want to run. A jungler pickup would not be bad at all. Let's see what they want to actually lock in. It's going to be the Viego for SYN. Pretty much a favorite, one of his favorites as well. And SYN is a very, very good jungler, has a good champion pool as well. So it's pretty hard to ban out anything against it. But now we enter the second phase of banning. Hope to see some, top and mid bans. Let's see which teams prefer which kind of banning.
So both the teams are looking to get a top laner and a mid laner. 4 bans will be coming in for the solo lanes. It's going to narrow down the pool quite a bit. But both the teams now, I think the first 3 picks are pretty solid. They tick a lot of boxes, and I think it's going to come down to the execution at the end of the day, as I like the Nocturne hard engage along with the Rel. Kaisa is going to be able to follow up with her ultimate as well, whereas Purado Monster will be looking to farm it up, get to the mid to late stages of the game with that Smolder, get his stacks up, and Viego will have that aggression in the mid game to compensate for a relatively low-key AD carry in the Smolder. But solo laners being taken out. Cassiopeia is the first one to fall as Syndicate banned that. Revenants have taken away the set, and I'm not sure what happened over there, if they have missed a ban, but we'll see what the situation is. The final ban for the side of Syndicate is going to be the Shen.
That's a pretty good ban coming, because Sharon already did play this quite a bit during the qualifier 3 run that the side of Revenants, so qualifier 2 run the side of Revenants did go through. So pretty good ban coming, especially Shen being very popular in the meta right now. We did not see that good a performance from the Shen in the last series that we saw yesterday on day 1. So we'll hope to see that maybe future Shen players playing better on the champion. But yeah, still a pretty good ban. And now standard Ornn picked up for Churn ready in the top side. Let's see what Suko really wants to answer back with over here. It's going to be a counter top and a blind mid pick for the side of Syndicate, and it's going to be leaving open the Unseen Blade to do his shenanigans with his own counters. The Ambessa, pretty good choice. You get an HP percentage HP damage also with your Qs, so something that you have to look forward to on the champion, especially when you have an Alistar and an Ornn, and even with a Gwen, you do melt through the tanks pretty well later on, and you get a good late game comp coming in that maybe match the Smolder as well. Let's see what the last pick of Syndicate will be over here. It has to be a blind mid, and Ari doesn't look bad, and Orianna looks pretty good as well, especially with the Nocturne in your arsenal. Or Orianna probably might be that one that was blacked out from the side of Revenants, because usually when we see the Nocturne picked up, the other team will be banning the Orianna against him, and it's going to be the Sylas pickup. Sylas has a couple of good ults to actually steal over here, so that's a nice pick coming in for Buzz Lightyear for Syndicate.
I mean, that's what I was thinking. I was expecting the Sylas to come in earlier. You have Alistar already locked in the first 2 picks on the opposite side. So Sylas using the Alistar ult just becomes unkillable, so tanky. Coming in with his heals as well is going to be absolutely insane. On ult is pretty good to steal there as well. So Revenants at the end are going to be going with the Rise in the mid lane. So classic champion from the days old of League of Legends. It's gonna be up against Sylas. I think he should be doing fine in lane for himself, and that pick is good into Sylas. But both the team comps set up now. Gwen, Nocturne, Sylas, Kaisa, and Rel do sound really good on paper, but Revenants have drafted up a good composition of their own in the Ornn, Viego, Rice, Smolder, and Alistar. So just looking at from a superficial view, I feel that Revenants have a pretty late game oriented composition. So both Rise and Smolder, they need items, they need time to start actually firing up. They're gonna have a pretty weak mid game. It's just gonna be the Viego who has to deal with the Sylas, the Kaisa, even the Nocturne, whereas Syndicate I think will be looking to seal the deal in the mid game itself by getting those advantages, getting those early objectives. I think that's how this game is gonna get panned out, and that should be the game plan. Syndicate should be looking to get the early objectives and close it out, whereas Revenants, they need to make sure they don't leak too many objectives and they allow Rise and Smolder to come into full potential.
Yeah, definitely. That's what Syndicates do have to go for. Revenants have a pretty good late game going. Pretty much, like you said, favorite Smolder pickup coming in for him. Even in certain, during qualifier 2, people were maybe just trying to first pick the Smolder away for in a best of 3 series, so he doesn't have to use it. He can't use it on later on in the matchups as well. And they were leaving his Tristana open, which was pretty surprising, given that maybe I think he has more proficiency on the Tristana compared to the Smolder. But yeah, Smolder does go pretty good into late game comps as well. Crown is very aggressive in Nezuko, does not want to back down. Charn Reddy sometimes does play in the passive part for his side, and likes to be more of a team oriented top laner in that sense, so maybe look out for something on that line. Kagura, pretty much every game, Buzz Lightyear, that being Buzz Lightyear, pretty much every game I've casted so far in qualifier 3 from him, he was the guy getting the first bloods for a team. So look out for him to be as aggressive as possible, because he either ends up taking first blood or giving first blood. It's either of the two, given how aggressive his playstyle is. He's a silent but deadly type of player on the side of Syndicates, and I really want to see Harambe have a good game on the Kaiser, because they're rooting for the guy because he's pretty new to the scene, at least our scene. Playing on here, he's usually playing on the EUS servers instead, but now he has joined the community. He is rising up through the ranks pretty rapidly as well. And Apto, nothing needs to be said about the man. Let's just see how they pan out over here on the Rift. But yeah, guys, make sure to cast your votes about which team you think has a better draft, or which team you think is going to end up taking game 1 over here, because guys, remember, this is a best of 3 series and every game counts, because even if you win the series 2-1, you only end up getting 2 points for yourself, and the other team does still end up snatching away 1 point. That basically what happened to Phoenix essentially yesterday, maybe because of, like you said, maybe a lack in judgment in game 2 for themselves. So you have to be on spot from game 1, and you have to try and dominate your opponents that way. But let's get some predictions in over here, Fireball. Who are you predicting for the series and the score line over here?
Well, I think both of teams are pretty evenly matched, and I'm expecting close games. I'm expecting 3 games in this series, just because I have Potato Monster bias. I think I will be picking Revenants. I've known Potato for a very long time now. It's been so many years. Fellow EDC main as well, very friendly guy. So I'm gonna say 2-1 to Revenants, and yeah, I'm gonna lock in my predictions at that.
2-1 to Revenants. Okay, I'm going to play, devil's advocate over here, give it 2-1 over to the side of Syndicate. It's just to make things a bit more interesting in that sense, because, yeah, like you said, very 2 top tier teams. I think maybe the third and fourth place currently, at least how the scene is looking right now between them, because that they are a very well standard team. They know each other for quite some time. The players know each other as well. They've shifted a couple of rosters, like Syndicate, known as FFA in qualifier 2, changed a couple of players moving on into, qualifier 3, so that does take some time to get the synergy down, but they did dominate qualifier 3 in quite a bit of fashion, taking the finals 3-0 for themselves, and that just shows you they have momentum on their side, because they've been dominating the last few games. And like I said, it's a bit of a revenge matchup for them, because Revenants were the ones that knocked them out of qualifier 2 and pretty early on in the competition. But I think if these guys had met each other later on, both of these teams would have ended up qualifying through qualifier 2, but unfortunately it was only Revenants that made it past there, and Syndicates had to battle out qualifier 3. But yeah, that just gave them more chance to play more league, get their synergy down right, maybe change a couple of rosters what they thought was lacking, and hopefully have come up with a pretty good game plan. Because I know Harry Joshi behind the scenes, Sheikhan, is doing a lot of the planning, the research as well for his side, so that does add added benefit. When you have a 7-man roster, you have maybe 2 people, maybe not in the matchup, who can help you with the research part of it, what kind of drafting that goes on, because they're all going to be sitting there talking about it while drafting goes. So hopefully, let's see how game 1 goes over here. Fireball's predicted 2-1 side of Revenants. I predicted 2-1 side of Syndicate, but make sure to let us know what you guys think in the chat, and please make sure to follow us on all our social media. The links are in the description box below. I think registration is still live for Rift Rivals, so that's an event that you have to go for. But guys, without any further ado, we will be heading right into the Rift over here. This is game 1 in the best of 3 series between Syndicate and Revenants. Syndicate blue side, Revenants red side. And I think we're in for a banger of a series over here, Fireball.
Yep, week 1, day 2, game number 1. As both the teams, I think they are going to group up towards that mid lane side, but looks like they'll be standard defending the entrances, not trying for any sort of invades or any funny business. Let's see if they try to go for early vision with deep wards. Viego is guarding his chickens over there. Rel is doing the same on the blue side. And 3 members of Syndicates have grouped up in the mid lane. Let's see if they try to push forward to get a ward down. From the positioning sort of view from the side of Revenants, it does not look like they are planning to put down any vision of their own. Put Monster should be pretty happy just farming early game, trying to get few trades in here and there. But other than that, Smolder not that big of a deal earlier on, I guess. But yesterday we saw if he gets early kills, he can be very, very difficult to deal with. So I think Harambe Avenger, he would have seen yesterday's games. He just needs to be careful. I mean, just don't underestimate the Smolder. Just because he is a late game champion does not mean that it's going to be a cakewalk game 1. So minion lanes have arrived onto the farming. We go Bob just getting an annoying headbutt down, trying to throw Harambe off of some CS. Has chosen the Glacial Augment over the Aftershock. So gonna provide extra CC there every time he goes in, but at the expense of some tankiness.
Yeah, and that tankiness does come in at that point when the headbutt went in, but he took quite a bit fair of trade going on to his side. He is recovering these HP bars now. Smolder, as you said, just wants to, farm up. You can't let the Smolder snowball, especially like after that Jinx Smolder game yesterday, where Jinx, unfortunately, once even was looking like she was in a pretty good spot, ends up giving a couple of solo kills out of Smolder that completely turns it around for their team, for the side of Phoenix Extension, that led them to that 2-1 victory. But focusing this game, Rise, nice push in the mid side, quite a bit up in terms of CS as well, and not gonna allow Kagura to farm underneath his turret for free whatsoever. Gonna still be pushing on the poke times. On the top side, Ornn pushed in his lane, so both the mid lane and top side of Revenants pushed in. Junglers, talking about junglers over here, Doctor starting from top to bottom, while Viego starting from bottom to top, is almost going to be ahead in terms of tempo. Nocturne still yet to start his Krugs, while Viego's already moved on to that side. But still, pretty standard start to the game, nothing interesting whatsoever, right? And now, talking about runes, pretty standard across the thing. I think maybe the talking point was, just that Glacial Augment from the side of the Alistar, because, the Aftershock does provide, a lot of resistance when you do go in for that aggressive, headbutt pulverize for yourself. Look at this, Unseen Blade, low on mana, was trying to recall, nicely stopped by Kagura over here. And that's Unseen Blade with a counter. But on the top side, SYN is going to go in onto Zuko over here. Zuko might be in trouble, but nice sidestep. He almost sidestepped back in to the W that was coming up to the Viego, but unfortunately, the Viego could not catch him. SYN not that faithful or rewarding with his first gank of the game.
Yeah, they did end up getting the ghost from the side of the Gwen at least. So again, Gwen usually does not play with the flash. Ghost teleport right there for her. 1/7 spell down, at least a minor victory, but it is so hard to gank Gwen as well, especially with the Gwen is invincible thing that she has. A very annoying ability to deal with the W. So it should be pretty safe in the top lane. Has leaked a lot of CS though, and the freeze coming in by Charan Reddy is just impeccable, forcing Gwen to step up. Now Crown will get caught again, trying to just walk near the wave, and first blood will be picked up by SYN in the top side. Architect of that kill has to be the On, just perfect wave management. Look at where he has frozen, and Crown was just missing XP and minions. He had to take a call. He stepped up again and paid with his life.
Yeah, like you said, he'll take a couple of gamble, to just go up for that, as you said. And as he just comes back in, holds his W in time, gets the thing. Ornn gets the stun off. Ornn flashes forward, neutralizes the kill, because Crown had burned the ghost earlier on in that first gang. Now somewhere down, nice repeat gang coming inside of the Revenants. Maybe a bit slow in tempo, at least in terms of jungle camp strikes, but that kill will be pretty crucial later on for the Viego. So that's going to be first blood going over to Revenants. And Churn Ready still being putting on, applying the pressure to over Zuko. He is around 10 CS up, while the mid CS gap has, narrowed quite a bit. Bot side only a 2 CS difference, not that big a gap otherwise. But yes, Born, the big bad man in the top side, doing pretty well for himself. And Zuko has to be a bit more careful about his positioning later on and looking to see if he's getting baited or not.
S8UL completed in the top side. Another advantage of being on, don't have to recall to get your items. As Buzz Lightyear is doing pretty well to keep up in farm, trying to farm it under his turret. So keeping within 5 to 6 CS, I think is decent for Silas against ranged opposition. But yeah, 6 minutes into the game, both the teams taking a very passive approach, not looking for anything crazy. Both the junglers are just happy to farm it out, as Nocturne really needs to get to level 6 before he can start doing his crazy ganks. SYN waiting for his level 6 as well to get that ultimate. And now Buzz Lightyear feeling the heat as Unseen Blade. Every time the Silas is walking up, he's gonna get hit by the EW. Unmissable combo from Rise, and slowly the minion lead is starting to form in the mid lane.
Yeah, and he could see that, as in being a bit cheeky, he was in the jungle of Deadeyes over there. Deadeyes pretty much chased him quite a fair bit of distance before, as in back to as in just looking for gangs before, maybe just seeing that nothing is available, ends up going for his blue buff instead. Going to pick up the Scuttle as well because, Drake's farm grubs are going to be coming in a minute's time. And very interesting, nobody's actually gone for it. And given that Kai'Sa pretty strong, given she's going the Yuntal's build, she's picked up the BF sword in the first back as well, while as Potato Monster opting for the Cull as well as 2 long swords. This is what we're talking on the top side. Crown has to be careful. Has shortened the gap between the CS lead that Churn Ready had very steadily built up for himself, but otherwise not looking good. And with that Prio on the bot side, Drake now being started up by SYN for the side of Revenants. But no, he's going to think better of it, not actually go for it.
I mean, I think that was a good opportunity for them to do it because the mid lane had recoiled, but I feel the Unseen Blade wanted a recall of his own, so he has the items to come back and fight if there is a potential fight at the Dragon Pit. Don't want to be having a big fight with a lot of gold in your pocket. So getting those items in, he got the Blasting Wand, so a lot of AP there from that pickup. And bot laners, they did recall, they got their items now, they should be fine. Now I think Void Grubs should be the focus as the junglers are towards the top side. Here comes the first gank from Nocturne with the ultimate. The fear will connect, but the Unseen Blade is just gonna walk out. Did not even have to use his flash, just right clicked under his turret and was on his way. So Deadeye's first ultimate not really doing a lot other than taking half the HP bar of the Unseen Blade. Let's see if we can capitalize on that after words. But yeah, we do see some on the way pings from the red side team onto the Dragon Knight. Sidestep there by the Unseen Blade to dodge the chains. We'll get some damage back over there. And now we might be looking at this Infernal Drake to be started up.
And that's exactly what SYN is going for. Probably going to drag out the dragon over there from the pit. Here comes Potato Monster, here comes Bob. They're going to be coming from the side. Deadeyes doesn't have ultimate, mind you. He used it, as you said, on a very unsuccessful gank. Unseen Blade, I'm pretty sure didn't even proc phasers to get out of that exchange. Let alone any summoners. And now he's even whittled away at Kagura's HP bar quite a bit, while they're equal looking in trades. Like you said, good sidestep earlier on that side, because that pretty much might have secured the kill or maybe burned a flash away from the Unseen Blade. But Drake picked up, Infernal Drake picked up by the side of SYN without consequences right now, because Nocturne still hasn't started towards the side of the grubs, And for the side of Revenants, there is a ward over there, so they'll detect it as soon as possible, and maybe Nocturne gets away with one grub before SYN goes over there, because Eternity already has a pretty good prior top side. Crown has to be on his tippy toes around him, and just look at this amount of chunk damage coming out. Undead Eyes is coming around the corner over here. Crown pops his ultimate. Eternity goes in instead. Maybe tries to get a 1-for-1, but unfortunately the spacing is there. Dead Eyes will be securing his first kill after a failed gank in the mid side.
I mean, the damage on dealt back in a 3v1 situation was still pretty scary, but did walk up quite a bit ahead without any sort of meaningful vision and ended up paying with his life over there. Crown was very low, but yeah, the threat of the gank is always there, especially when you do not have vision. And the top laner from the side of Revenants going down, so gonna be the first kill for the side of Syndicate, and they are gonna be able to translate that into void grubs pickup. So 3 grubs picked up for the side of Syndicate, 1 objective each right there, and 1 kill each right there for the feats of warfare and the objective feats. As game really slow still, both the teams playing it very safe, just looking to get objective priority and not trying to force anything essentially anywhere on the map.
And then I think if you just look at the items of the Kaisa over here, Fireball, that's 2 BF swords in his inventory right now. But hold that thought. Deadeye's going in on the ultimate onto Arn over there. Arn being forced to burn his flash. Doesn't have the moveset. The fear is there. That's going to Crown snipping away. It's going to be Deadeye's picking up that kill for Shovels. But look at Kaisa's items right now. 2 BF swords, 2 daggers. Man is all over the place just because of maybe the gold he's getting every time he's going for his backs.
And yeah, I think that's, I don't know if that's a new meta or not. He's, I think, wanting to get the Q upgrade really quickly. So I'm pretty sure he would be at the threshold almost to get the Q upgrade. It is a very significant upgrade though, like your damage output increases quite a bit, much more than what you would have with the completed item. I feel the Q upgrade earlier on is very important. So, but yeah, 1 BF sword is gonna go into the Yuntal. The other one, I'm not so sure. Is he going for a full crit build with Infinity Edge, or is gonna turn that into, I know, Bloodthirster or something else? He has to get the Rage Blade at some point anyway. I think Rage Blade second is very essential. Let's see, there's some new item pathway that I'm also seeing. Let's see what Harambe Avengers decides to buy on his next recall, which should be anytime about now. 13 minutes into the game, 2 kills to 1 for the side of Syndicate. Gold bang, even nothing between these two teams at all. To the dot, 20,000 gold, 20,000 and 100 gold for both the sides. And next fighting objective should be the dragon, which is spawning, because other than that, these teams, yeah, really just not fighting for anything else. And it's the first time we're seeing a small skirmish when a small pack of members are trying to get some deep vision, at least going into the jungle of their opponents. But other than that, there's just no proactive plays coming in.
Yeah, they're trying to catch out into Abdo, but he's not the member they honestly do want to go for, especially with the amount of mobility he has to get away from fights, the disengage that he provides for himself. And you can see that Syndicate just 1 kill away from the feats of warfare right now. The next kill will secure it for them unless Revenants get 2 quick kills in succession from them. Talking about items, but hold this, here comes the Nocturne. He's going in onto the Rise. Rise already popped his ultimate, but the fear is enough to deter him from getting out of it. Here comes Abdo rising. Nice flash forward with the lance. Gets the stun in. That's going to be the 3rd kill of the game for Deadeye. It's the 3rd kill for Revenant. So all kills going over to the Nocturne. You can see Nocturne just comes in over here. You can see the Unseen Blade channels his ultimate. The fear comes in time. He gets stunned up. He gets locked up. Abdo, just for brownie points, comes in with the stun with the lance as well. Secures the kill.
Unseen Blade trying to save his flash, thinking that he can ult away instead, and at the end ends up giving away the kill and the flash regardless. I mean, he would know that as soon as the Nocturne's gonna come in, the fear is gonna connect. So if the fear connects, your ult is gonna get cancelled. At that point, just use the flash. A flash to save your life, save a kill, save yourself from losing a minion wave is just completely worth it. So just trying to save his flash over there. I think he could have escaped pretty easily if he just flashed and used his skills to get the movement speed bonus with the phase rush. But yeah, misplay right there for the side of Unseen Blade. But Deadeyes, his ganks are working after the first one did not work out. But 3 kills for his team, all under his belt. And he'll be feeling really nice over there. The chains do connect in the mid lane. Bob is here to provide some sort of support though, as the headbutt pulverized combo goes in. But here comes SYN as well. Ultimate being used by the Rel is not gonna do anything as the team members are not able to follow up. Abdorizing will end up going down, and now sort of a stuffy fight going into the Raptor pits of Syndicate. SYN not afraid to explore horizons beyond safety as the first turret falls down. Deadeye is now dangerously close to the Alistair, but the follow-up is not there. The second charge connects as well, and a nice short duration of play for the sides of Revenant.
Yeah, and Syndicate picks up the first 3 kills, right? The Feats of Warfare. Revenants have picked up the first turret for themselves, and now it's all about the crucial, first 3 epic monsters. And Syndicate's already locked up 2 out of 3, while Revenants are a bit behind on 1 out of 3 over here. But yeah, in the meantime, in the mid side, nice catch onto Abdo. Abdo maybe just not respecting that SYN is close by, ends up giving up his life. You can see it was, a bit of, scrappy fight, as you said, a bit here or there about how you wanted to go about it. But Revenants at least lock up their second kill of the game. And talking about kills and kills participation, Nocturne has 100% the kills and 100% the kill participations for the side of Syndicate. So Nocturne's been doing a fantastic job after, maybe that fail miss gank in the mid lane first time. This time against the Unseen Blade doesn't make the same mistake. Unseen Blade not allowed to walk out, ends up, as you said, burning his flash and still ends up dying as well. So a bit of misplay. We've seen players get a bit greedy with the summoners, thinking that maybe they can get out without any of that. That's usually not what you want to do. And talking about kills in general, all kills on the map are in the hands of the junglers for both teams.
Yeah, 3 kills to 2 is looking like a head-to-head between Deadeyes and SYN. That's what we were expecting, I think, at least from the side of Revenants, because Rise and Smolder, they need time to ramp up, and we expected the Viego to be that main mid-game to early game to mid-game sort of damage output, and that's exactly what is happening, as Puratom also should be very happy with whatever is going on. He did not have to fight 2v2 all that much, did not have any troubles, has completed his Essence River already, sitting on that DF sword, is working nicely towards his stacks, and he will be very close to coming to that true damage threshold. 18 to 20 minutes, around 20-22 minutes is where we would expect Smolder to complete his stacks, and it's just Rise stacking up nicely as well, has the Rod of Ages taking away 6 stacks already. And Syndicate, they need to start making some plays, because I think as the time goes on, it's just going to get harder for them. When they have the Gwen in their side for that late game security, but I don't know if they would want to take this to like 30-40 minutes territory against especially Rise and a Smolder.
Yeah, and it becomes, pretty much a 50-50 at that point, and you don't want to take that. You want to have more security about how you're going for the game. And, as the game goes on longer, Revenants are very happy with this, slower type pace of game. It's 20-minute mark and only 5 kills over here, but it looks like Apto's going to get caught out. Apto's going taken down. Bob's trying to go in here. He's going to come. Deadeye's flying in onto the big cow from so far away. Here comes the mother from Smolder, and now they're batting over. Apto's trying to kite away, but no, SYN gets a reset in the fight. Now he is the real. He has transformed, and nice push back by Bob, but he pushes him right into the Smolder, who is already so low on HP. But a second transformation for SYN, a second reset for this man, and Unseen Blade this time does maybe manage to get out with his ultimate. Ground is chasing, but I don't think he can catch up in that much time, but he gets out. So that was a 2-for-1 exchange in favor of Revenants over there, and maybe Bob getting a bit too excited, pushing in Harambe towards his own ADC.
Yeah, Further Monster would have not so nice things to say to his support right there, as he did end up going down. Not the end of the world for him. Both the ACs do end up going down, but Harambe did get a kill for himself for his troubles. And yeah, the next BF Sword is working towards that Infinity Edge, so he's going Yuntal into the Infinity Edge straight up. He's gonna be lacking the attack speed in that build, and the upgrade for his E should be coming up online very late compared to normal, and you know how much that invisibility upgrade is worth for a Kai'Sa for the mobility as well. Let's see how he decides to go about his build. Whereas Potato Monster is working towards his Infinity Edge of his own. Meanwhile, the feats were completed by the side of Revenants. They have the upgraded tier 2.5 almost boots there, and again 4 kills, all 4 in the bag of SYN, as I think now should be the time, 25 minutes or so, where the Rise and Smolder start doing damage of their own, and I'm expecting a lot more team fighting now to go on around these big objectives.
Yeah, definitely. And Atakan has spawned up. Revenant's taking full control vision-wise as well. Unseen Blade almost connecting with ground on that last Q. But he's still putting out quite a bit of decent damage. You can see Aptos on this side of the wall, but there's not much he can do. Harambe is going to be walking back to the mid to match the Smolder for the wave that's getting pushed in, and that maybe signals for the side of Revenant to now start the Drake. And Chard Ready and the side. No, wait. Kagura doesn't have TP. He can't actually come into this fight, while Chard Ready can. If he just backs away and gets there in time, there's no problem whatsoever for him. And now Altakan has been started. The tiered 1 in the top side has fallen for the side of Revenants, but no. Revenants are now moving away from the Atakan, and now Syndicate are the ones who are trying to invade more further into deeper territories over here.
Ooh, nice.
Bot side matchup, they're just going to keep on fighting a lot over here, but it's just essentially trades and buying out time. Kagura is 1 level up onto the Ornn over here. He had earliest on the Ornn horn just to maybe dissuade a bit of the Ornn pushing onto him, but otherwise, again, a bit more of a lull period coming out over here, and this is something that Potato Monster will love, because he just keeps on farming up. He just stayed in the mid lane the entire time while, still upgrading his stacks.
Infinity Edge completed for the side of Kai'Sa now. Very interesting build sitting on the Wild Arrows and Infinity Edge, so lot of raw damage in the auto attacks. The Q is gonna hurt as well. Does not have the E upgrade just yet with that build, and I think Potato Monster will be sitting on a top of a lot of gold. On his recall, he should be getting the Infinity Edge completed of his own as well. He should be on the threshold for true damage for his stacks, and I think considering Atakan is up and the next Drake is spawning in 2 minutes, expecting a lot of fireworks. The game's been really quiet, almost too eerily quiet for 23 minutes. Only the 8 kills on the board, just the one big team fight we had in the mid lane, and is this some time before the game just completely opens up, I feel, and we're getting closer and closer to that point.
And it's looking exactly like that. I think the Kai'Sa next build she's going for is the Navori's Fickle, but it's more of the LPL Kai'Sa build that came up in the meantime, before most people were starting to opt out back to the Kraken Slayer build. But let's see what Harambe does with it for himself. But yeah, as you said, much more slow paced action game compared to what we're used to seeing from teams in our region. And I like to see this for a change of pace at least. But still, all the gold for Revenants pretty much funneled onto that Viego right now, with him having all 4 of their kills, while the side of Syndicate, 3 in the hands of the Nocturne, 1 at least in the hands of Harambe as well. And now it's up to seeing when and where these teams are going to take the next direction. Drake's also going to be coming up in around 50 seconds time. Artakan's still up on the map. Baron's coming up in around 50 seconds as well. So a lot of these timers are going to coincide as going to be about opportunity costs, about the macro calling that will be coming in later on, and we get to see how well these teams can maybe play the macro as well.
Certainly, and it's a draining long battle between the Silas and the On. Is going back and forth. On so tanky, not taking a lot of damage. Silas trying to sustain it back himself, but is gonna be on the losing side of that trade, as On will be taking down the turret in the bot side, and now Syndicate have actually started the aggro onto the Artakan. I'm not sure if they want to be doing that. The Artakan actually does a lot of damage, so Abdurizing there will be forced to jump away from the pit. And now the teams are positioning themselves near this top side, as the Baron has spawned as well, so a lot to play for. A big team fight here could result in Artakan and the Baron as well. So both the teams have stacked up. Just the Silas in the bot side pushing away. He does have the teleport if anything happens for them to join in. Now Revenants have started the Atakan for themselves, almost quarter of the HP down. It's going down relatively slowly. It should provide ample time for the side of Syndicate to jump in if they want to do anything. Generally now goes in, now the on-horn being blown away. The knockup is gonna be missed, but the mob ultimate coming in from Smolder from the background. Very messy team fight going in. Like we have lost just the two members from the side of Syndicate right now. Make that 3 Potato Monster will get the kill on his own. Crown gets one back for his team at least. Flash forward by Harambe. One more auto would have sealed the deal, but at the end of the day it's going to be 4 for 2 in favor of Revenants right there. So that's what the game was missing, and it all led up to that moment, and looks like Revenant came out ahead with the hyper carries that they have.
And with the delayed, cooldown timer, death timers of Kagura and Harami, this pretty much looks like a Drake secured for the side of Revenants, because they died much more later on into the fight, and that staggers some of these death timers as well. That allows Revenants to maybe take control of the Drake. You see Drake's at half HP, they don't want to neutralize too much, but a TP coming in from Crown. SYN is close by, he will have the smite ready. I don't know what Crown can necessarily do in this situation. He pretty much has to go back over the wall. Churn ready is close by, he's still going to do a bit of chip damage, but no. Drake now secured by Reverence. Reverence now on Soul Point as well for Mountain Drake. And a Soul Point on an Ornn and Alistar is a very scary perspective.
If they get that Mountain Soul, the Alistar and Ornn are just going to be next to impossible to kill, as the teams are stacking up near the top side yet again. Atakan still to play for, the Baron still to play for, and we might see a repeat of the previous team fight as items have started to come in. The Kaisa has completed the Naori Flicker Blades. Potato Monster will be looking to complete his third item as well, but an entire item down onto the Kaisa right there. Harambe Avenger doing pretty well for himself, as teams back to square one, back to this Atakan pit, trying to bait in a fight, and it's going to be Revenants yet again starting up that Atakan, so they are fancying their chances to win this team fight if it breaks down. Atakan almost down to a quarter HP. There's no retaliation coming in from Syndicate. Now finally team fight will break down. Nocturne ultimate will break some vision, but he ends up going down. Silas steals the on-horn, gets the knock up onto the back line. The Atakan will end up going down as well. Looks like Syndicate are in full retreat as they have lost a member already. After Rising using his flash, trying to run away as fast as he can. Harambe Avenger putting down the damage wherever possible, but I think Revenants have made the call to just stop chasing and go to the Baron buff, and with the jungler down, I don't see how Syndicate can stop this, and the Baron is just gonna allow Revenants to snowball the game.
Yeah, and talking about snowballing, the goal difference wasn't too accelerated until like maybe 5-10 minutes ago, but now it's pretty gapped Here comes the Alisari, heads but away, jungler as well. But now another fight is breaking out. Crown has to be careful. So does Revenants. As his headbutt taking out Bob with a huge 3-man knockup. Chernit is ready to go in the fight. Bob headbutts away, but now members of Revenants have low HP bars. Zuko is looking to maybe capitalize on that. And look at that, as he just about surviving over there. His HP bar was close to legend. Unseen Blade does manage to pick up Buzz Lightyear. It picks up Kagura, but ends up going down after that. So Baron does end up getting picked up. There are 3 members who will possess it over there. And yeah, SYN, that was a very close call for this man. Syndicates were almost trying to get almost all the Baron timers. Now Potato Monster is being jumped on by the Nocturne, but they're overextending quite a bit for the side of Syndicate. And Potato Monster is still clear. Another reset for SYN. He's now the Nocturne, now he's the Kaiser. And now I think, Rel, you have to be careful. The W does connect. The E from the Kaiser gives the added movement speed. He does R forward. A last hit from SYN. Beautifully well played on the vehicle. He's played so well on the vehicle the entire game, and especially when you have a vehicle in the fight, if he gets a single reset, it completely changes how it looks. I think Syndicate's just getting a bit too greedy to jump onto Potato Monster there underneath his tier 1.
Yeah, I think they just saw an opportunity and they were like, hey, we need to go for these plays. We are behind regardless. If they got the kill onto Potato, they could have converted that into the mid lane turret and essentially try to get some sort of pressure. At the end, did not work out in their favor as they end up losing 3 members of their own. And Charan Reddy now just distributing these items onto his team. Viego will get that upgraded Trinity Force. The upgraded Infinity Edge already sitting in the inventory of Potato Monster, and I think now 30 minutes in we have reached the stage where the damage of Rise and Smolder is going to be astronomically higher compared to the Silas and the Kaisa. And in team fights, the amount of AoE damage this Smolder can bring in is just insane. Syndicate, there's really no way they can go in for a 5v5 team fight right now.
And the ornaments on the train for as well. Now Syndicate's really looking for the 5v5, but I don't think you want the smoke that Revenants will be dishing out. Rise quickly does his back, does TP, maybe walks in pretty much into the fight over here. Drake's coming up in 30 seconds. This is Soul for the side of Revenants. Kakao has gone very deep. He's followed up by the Nocturne. They're going all out onto the Alistar of all people over there. And that's not the target you want to go for. You still don't even end up picking him out. Now your members don't have the abilities to use no more spells in their arsenal. They're falling down one by one. They're falling like flies over here. Crown the last to fall away. That's a clean ace for the side of Revenants. They're going to be looking to pick up the Mountain Drake. No, they're just going to go for the end essentially over here because the death timers are just so long. They're going to walk it down, and that's pretty much going to be Revenants taking away game 1 in this best of 3 series against Syndicate. And just as you were saying, Fireball, that Syndicate don't want to do a 5v5. That's exactly what they went for, and they went all on to Bob of all people.
I don't know what was going on in Abdo's mind right there. First of all, they're so far behind, and they chose possibly the single worst place on the Rift where they can fight against a Rise and a Smolder in a small choke point. I mean, everyone's getting hit by every single ability from Rise spread, from the Smolder AoE. It was just a complete mess of a fight to begin with. That's going to allow Revenant to pick up the first victory in this best of 3 series. So a very slow game initially. I think they played to their strengths perfectly. They were just aiming to get the Smolder and the Rise charged up without losing a lot in the mid game. Mid game was nicely handled by SYN and his Viego, allowing his carries the much needed time to reach this stage that you're seeing on screen. Essentially, I mean, like, you cannot be fighting a Rise and a Smolder in a position like that. And there was just no way Syndicate was winning that fight. Convincing display coming by Revenants. I mean, they were dominating from the mid to late games. But Syndicate, I think they shouldn't be feeling that down. Early game was very close, and the Nocturne did show signs of promise as he was 3-0 up in the early games. And I think Syndicate played well as well. Just a few more tweaks and we might have a really good series at hand. But game number 1 is going to be taken by the Revenants. Potato Monster and company put themselves 1-0 up in this best of 3 series.
And it was a traditionally more slower paced game than compared to what we've seen earlier on from teams in our region as well. But that just allows, Potato Monster to get strong. SYN going for the repeat gank stop side, make Gwen's life a living hell essentially for himself. Could do nothing. And, SYN doing a fantastic job. The rest of the team also following up very well. And Syndicate maybe have to rethink a bit about how they want to play it, because barely challenge for any of these jungle. This is how the game looks on paper. 19 kills for Revenants to the 8 of Syndicate. The goal difference, at least by the end, had reached around that 8k mark, almost at 9k mark. 8 towers to 3. So Syndicate was putting up a pretty decent fight, but they just let it go on for too long, where the side of Revenants getting strong. They're going in for unnecessary fights, going into chokehold fights essentially, and Revenants completely taking advantage. They got that Baron as well. They had the Rift Herald. They chose not to take the soul. They had, the Rift Herald the Baron buff, and just went for the end. I think there's no doubt this man has to be the MVP just because of what he's done for his team in this game. 9-1-2 on the Viego. 401 damage per minute, the 6.8 CS per minute doesn't matter that much given just how well he has played. 14k goal as well, because he has done a phenomenal job, ganked every lane that he needed to, let his carries get to a point that they can start carrying, and he just did his role phenomenally in game 1 here.
SYN is making sure the Smolder and the Rise had the time and the comfort to scale gracefully into the late game, and very well rounded display coming in by Potato Monster and company. They should be feeling very confident coming into game 2 as well to have a repeat showing of this. But let's see if Syndicate can change up their strategies to bring it back and take us to a game number 3. Regardless, points, at least a single point secured by the side of Revenants. And we will be taking a short break, and let's see what game 2 holds. Will Syndicate bring it back, or is it going to be Revenants who will finish this series 2-0? We will be right back. Hi guys, welcome back to Legends Ascent South Asia. We are in week 1, day 2 here, game 1 of the day between Syndicates and Revenant. We are done with game number 1 and Potato Monster and Co. Revenants have the upper hand in this series right now as they took down Syndicate very convincingly. I mean, game was pretty slow, very hand in hand, very close in the earlier stages, but it just opened up as soon as the Smolder and the Rise got to their items. And I think Syndicate just took too long to be proactive, and what we were fearing is exactly what happened.
It's exactly how you put it, and SYN doing a fantastic job. Earlier on, he got the first 4 kills for his team. Utilized, the goal being found on him very well. Was very crucial in the team fights, getting his resets down, changing, transforming, and ending a lot of the team fights as he bought time for the Smolder Rise to get ahead. It's also about how Revenants let the time go also, but the last ditch efforts, the last ditch fights were in choke points, something you don't want to do against a Smolder and a Rise essentially. But that was at least for game 1 over here. It's Revenants going into game 2, 1-0 up in the series against Syndicate, and Syndicate getting further and further away from the revenge that they pictured against the team Revenants over here. But we're gonna, without further ado, head in to draft 2 over here. Syndicate on the blue side yet again, and as is customary, the Tristana ban has to come in against Potato Monster.
Man has to, as well, we have the Fearless now, so the Smolder is taken away from game 1. Tristana is getting banned as well, so that leaves I think the third most played champion, who was historically the second most played champion before Smolder was a thing, was Caitlyn for Potato Monster. I remember back in the day, Caitlyn being my main as well. Potato Monster and I used to just look at XFS and Saber's videos and come up with the different combos or whatever. And I think that could be a good pick as well, as Caitlyn is in a decent spot right now. Can definitely be blind picked, and let's see if Potato Monster does decide to go for that, or he has something else in his mind. Syndicates will finish the first round of bans, taking away 2 supports and an ADC, so heavily targeting the bot side of Revenants. Revenants have stuck with the Nafiri ban, the S8UL ban, and let's see how they are gonna wrap up this first phase of banning for themselves. It's gonna be the Jarvan. So Syndicate first pick is gonna be, I think it's safe to pick up their ADC, and yeah, Lucian, being one of the stronger champions in the meta right now, gets picked up by the side of Syndicate. Let's see what Revenants answer it with. Still feel Jinx could be a good option. Caitlyn is there as well. Ashe, you can never go wrong with that. A lot of options available for Potato Monster. It just depends on what he's feeling comfortable with. 2 seconds on the clock, and they end up going with the Caitlyn.
They have locked in the Caitlyn, don't have the Lux, unfortunately, due to the banning to pair up with it. And I really like what Syndicate did with their... Morgana is also open, yes, it's not bad as well. The binding with the traps do a lot. But yeah, I like what Syndicate has done with their homework, because it's very traditional for Bob in the best of 3 series to go second game blitz. And that's exactly what Syndicate targeted over here for themselves. But it's going to be the Karma locked in with... Caitlyn the bot. So that's a lot of
lane to play against. Yeah,
this is pretty much a nightmare to play against, isn't it, Fireball?
I mean, I am guilty of abusing this lane myself. I mean, I love playing Caitlyn. If I see my support has locked in Karma as well, I'll just blind pick Caitlyn. The amount of poke, the amount of range that you have on this lane is just insane. Lucian, one of the smaller ranges on the AD carry as well, so he's gonna have a tough time trying to come in and farm, but at least having that Nami provides another layer of security for him. Lucian Nami, a deadly combination as well. Let's not kid ourselves. The damage coming in with the Nami's E, Lucian dashing in, quickly getting the trades off with the Q and 2 auto attacks is so hard to dodge as well. So I think both the bot lanes have their strengths and have their weaknesses. I think Potato Monster and Bob will be looking to continuously push in the Lucian and the Nami, not allowing them any opportunity to have these short trades that Lucian would be wanting to get. As the third picks for the teams are going to be the junglers locked in, Xin Zhao for Syndicate, the Monkey King Wukong for Revenants. Going into the second phase of the bans, yet again we are going to be missing solo laners, as was the case in game 1, and expecting top and mid bans coming in over here.
And a good ban of the set against Zuko, one of his preferred champions that he excels in as well from the side of Revenants as their ban. Sydney is going to answer back with a Malphite ban. Jared really does like to play the Malphite, doesn't mind if he falls behind. Like I've said, this man does play very good behind. And yet again, Shen will be banned from Syndicate. So Jared already not being allowed to play his Shen no matter which game 1 or 2. Now we have seen Mortal to ban. So it's just 4 top laners getting banned out essentially over. Malphite can be played mid. A lot of these can be played mid, especially now that we're seeing a lot of fearless draft everywhere in the world. We've seen set mids as well coming in the LCK. So these things are part of the equation once you enter this kind of drafts. But it's going to be a blind pick Syndra for the side of the Unseen Blade. Let's see what Syndicate want to answer back with. So it went the exact same way last time, but a bit in the opposite direction. Revenants had blind picked the Ornn for themselves. That did tremendously, especially with the repeated ganks from SYN on the top side. This time, blind picking their mid laner going to be Syndra. So let's see what Syndicate have for answer. They are ticking down the clock. It's going to be the Victor Hover and pretty much the Victor lock in for themselves. Let's see what Zuko wants to play for himself as a blind pick topside. The Gnar is open and would do pretty well in their comp right here. What do you think should be the last 2 picks over here, Fireball?
I mean, yeah, as you mentioned, Gnar does not look like a bad shout for the team, as they need some sort of engagement as well. But I would prefer a more expert, easier sort of an engage. SYN does provide that hard engage with his ultimate, and Victor, a strong pick. I think one of the few champions who can easily deal with Syndra in lane, especially considering how much of a bully the Syndra is. Now Revenants do have their counter pick in the top lane. Charan Reddy did do pretty well with the on last time around, and let's see what he is feeling with. He's gonna lock in the Dr. Mundo against the SYN, so just 2 tanks, absolute beefy monsters in the top lane, providing the front line for their carries. And team comps have been settled. What are your opinions about both the teams, just looking at it from afar?
I just seem really balanced out in my opinion, at least over here, because the Lucian Nami bot lane is a tale as old as time, and now the Caitlyn Karma, a lot of poke coming from their side. Deadeye's pretty good on the Xin Zhao. Let's see him he has a more aggressive type of jungle because he had to power farm the Nocturne maybe to level 6 before he could be used, but now with the Xin Zhao can go in earlier. I've seen Churn Ready on the Mundo before in a couple of games I played with him, and he likes to boast that he played this champion way before Aloys even made it popular, so he doesn't mind at all. He's pretty confident on it. I want to see how Zuko does on the SYN, how he likes to manage out against it, but all in all seems pretty balanced going into game 2, and I'm not sure which side to favor. Do you have any favorites into this draft over here, Fireball?
I mean, I think Caitlyn is definitely a strong pick, and considering it is being navigated by the Caitlyn main himself, Potato Monster, I think that's if he gets going like the previous game, it's definitely going to be a strong point for Revenants to have. Definitely they are coming from a back of a strong victory as well. I feel the confidence and morale will be high for the side of Revenants. They have a pretty good team as well. The engage is there with the Wukong. I mean, Karma can give the movement speed to the Wukong. He can just jump in, use the ultimate to start a fight. Mundo's gonna be a nuisance, just running down the Victor and the Lucian, trying to create havoc in the backline as well. And Karma is going to keep the carry safe. All in all, the range that is provided by Syndra, Caitlyn, and Karma, turning them into this sort of a poke composition is just going to be very hard to deal with for the side of Syndicate. This Nami is going to be having to work overtime trying to provide the heals to his team. But yeah, I would think just because of how game 1 went, I think Revenants might be in the driver's seat for this one as well.
Yeah, and definitely momentum is already on their side. If everyone take the fight slowly and poke and whittle away their opponents, pretty much end up winning 5v5s with Syndicate on the slower range. And Syndicate let Revenants pretty much dictate a lot of the pace of game 1, especially when Revenants had that as you said, they weren't proactive enough for the side of Syndicates, and I really want to see them maybe change that up, especially now that you have a jungler like a Zinja who can get some early ganks coming in. And I really hope Crown positions themselves well, because last time got baited, gave up that early first, but after that repeat gank coming in from SYN, which was very well played from his side, and he punished it very correctly. And it's also a commendation towards Turn Ready of how he positioned his lane, because his lane was in such a good spot at that point that he could manage to bring that up. So it's going to be a lot going into this, but last time we did have a slow game earlier on, less amount of kills. I hope to see maybe something in the future like that, because that just shows you how balanced these teams are in terms of firepower between them, and on a technical level doing pretty well. Just some small mistakes from the side of Syndicate ended up being their demise in game 1.
So just seconds away from jumping into the Rift in game number 2 in this best of 3 series. Let's see if it's gonna be a 2-0 or we are going all the way. Before we jump into the Rift, so we have a few seconds to tell you about the Discord channel that we have. There's going to be League of Legends in SA, all the activity happening over there. To stay up to date, make sure that you join in. We have events coming in and chances to win free skins and whatnot. Just to be part of the community, make sure you follow us on Discord and on every other social media as well, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. It's all going to be League of Legends in SA, and it's time for game number 2 in this best of 3 series. Madness, you feel it's going to be a 2-0 or we are going 1-1?
I want to say 1-1 because then both of our predictions are still live. But honestly, given the prowess that Revenants showed game 1, it is like 70% at least in their favor right now with the momentum going forward, the confidence that they have. Syndicate with a bit of a mind block going in. I really want to see how they fare up in this matchup. We get to see maybe a early thing or something of that kind. But without any further ado, guys, we are jumping right into game 2 of this best of 3 series between Syndicate and Revenants. Both sides on the same side as game 1. Syndicate's blue side, Revenants red side, and it is all in the taking for Revenants, because if they do end up winning this game, they take the series 2-0, end up getting those 3 crucial points. If not, at least 1 point still goes over to Syndicate. So this is the criteria in this Legends Ascent league stage, at least, that winning a clean sweep is so much more important, because it gives you an additional point as well that does provide a lot in the leaderboard and helps you lock in that top 4. So there are a lot of variables that come into play, especially when you introduce something like that. But for now, both teams pretty much parallel across the river, doing nothing of that such. You can see pretty standard runes coming in as well. Unseen Blade, pretty aware of where Deadeyes and Kakao is, because this is exactly where they started in game 1. And I don't see any deep wards also coming in for Vision, so it's going to be hard to see which side knows where the junglers are starting right now.
Yeah, SYN actually ended up warding his own chickens to ward off any sort of late invade that he might be expecting from the side of Deadeyes in this Xin Zhao. So he's going to have that entrance covered in for himself. Both the junglers starting on the top side of the map. So it's not gonna be a complete mirror. Both the junglers essentially playing for this bot side gank. Purple Monster and Bob earlier on should be having the advantage on the lane because of the range advantage over there, but Purple Monster taking a lot of damage from Abdurizing Tsunami over there. But pretty much, yeah, this should be how the lane is gonna go. Lucian's gonna get constantly poked and constantly pushed in with this range abuse from Caitlyn. In the top side, Crown has taken a good trade against Sharan Reddy. And if anything to go from game number 1, I think both of teams are just gonna prefer farming, not trying to get any active plays going on until those objectives spawn.
Unlike predicted, Bob and Caitlyn, Bob and Putin must are pushing in the lane pretty deep over that side. Churn Ready trading quite a bit against the SYN. I'm really happy to see that Churn Ready rocking the corporate Mundo skin. Alois is somewhere smiling as well due to that. But both junglers starting at the top side of the map, heading to the bot side right now as we enter almost a 3-minute mark. Unseen Blade and Kagura have been trading quite heavily also at the mid side. Terms of CS pretty even across the board. Now at least Unseen Blade being forced to pop both his health pots while Kagura at least maintains one of that. While you can see Potato Monster, I don't know what kind of exchanges went on. He's also been forced to pop his while Harambe still kept his in his inventory, as well as he has the cookies coming in as well.
3 minutes into the game, no first bloods yet. Nothing really happening in the lanes, just a few trades here and there, but CS numbers pretty stable across the board. Nothing between the two teams right now. The junglers have made their way towards the bot side. I think Scuttle Crab might be a focus of attention. Now the bot lane of Syndicate have pushed in, but that's going to be a little late. SYN did end up getting that scuttle already, and now he's just running it down mid lane, racing across to double scuttle this Zenjao and get himself this early lead in the jungle.
And he's definitely going to pick that up. Turner is struggling quite a bit. Mundo has one of the weakest laning phases earlier on. That's definitely on for sure. But here comes Harambe. He's forward onto Bob. Bob has to flash out of that exchange to get away with his life. Only Summoner expended over there, as well as the Lucian going pretty low on mana. So maybe Bob and Caitlyn look to, punish this right here. The Q from Bob does land in straight into the face of Abdo while he takes a bit of chunk. But Churn Ready still surviving top side, not giving any first blood. Bob is still standing very close by. The press attack procs coming in onto him, but he doesn't mind trading as long as Potato Monster gets some hits off onto Haram, and that's exactly what he did. He got his Q off, he got the headshot off, and now Harambe has to be careful. The Q from the Karma lands. Zinjao might be coming into Unseen Blade, but nice flash away from the W from Deadeyes. Let's Unseen Blade live to tell another day, but if a repeat gank comes, Unseen Blade has to be careful. That's very smartly. He's going near his side. Maybe he wants to go for a back, maybe TP back into lane, because if a repeat gank comes, can be deadly, can be crucial. But now there's a ward in the bush as well, so Unseen Blade will be falling around that. Nice trap being placed by Potato was still a bit in vision. If it's placed properly, completely out of vision, maybe that's what he was trying to look for. But now empowered Q from Bob does connect onto Harambe. The stun, this chain's not connecting long enough, so the stun occurs. Yeah, the barrier forced out of him. Summoners being burnt here. But as we said, a bit on the slower side. Very aggressive trading's happening in all lanes, but till now, no first blood has been taken.
But put it. Oh my god, Potato Monster last in focus over there, forced to use the barrier, and Heal did not see the minion was about to go down and the turret would have killed him, but yeah, you hate to see that. Has gotten himself a nice 13 CS2 wave advantage at 5 minutes, as you would expect from a Caitlyn. Should have enough for a BF sword at recall, and might be going for the Yuntal build. Let's see what he picks up. It's got to be the BF sword, yeah. Lucian comes back with a pickaxe of his own, so not quite the same amount of damage as a BF sword, and gonna expect more of the same in the bot lane. Lucian is gonna keep struggling to have some sort of CS going on. Same is happening in the top side, but although Sharon Reddy is keeping up in CS pretty well, mid laners pretty much equal there as well. So nothing much happening. SYN now finds himself 2v1 against Deadeyes. A great bubble connects onto the Wukong, but here comes Bob. The root connects. Heal is gonna be used, but First Blood finally picked up by the Karma. Here comes the Lucian, though the fight been split away into different fronts. The mid laner from the side of Revenants gonna fall. So it's gonna be 2-for-1 in favor of Syndicate over there.
Yeah, and I think that's because you see Unseen Blade when he's walking into that matchup over there. If you get a replay of that, His character the win just fell a bit too short. The stun doesn't land. You have to maybe locked in a member, maybe locked in Deadeyes before all of that went down. But unfortunately, SYN gets caught out, ends up giving his line. Unseen Blade falls to the victor chase that was being done by Kagura. And it's Revenants off to another bit of a shaky start. It's almost like a deja vu right now because even last game was 2-1 in favor of Syndicates in terms of kills, at least. Gold pretty much a bang even right now. SYN's gone all the way back to farming. Churn ready. Will be struggling quite a bit until builds up the warm work so he can go for extended trades, then just heal back up before he comes back into lane. Now typically you see, but over here Deadeyes is coming in. Churn ready very instinctively pops the ultimate just in case, completely on the safe side. This man doesn't care. Look at the suspenders on this corporate Mundo, but no. Ult finishes, Ult runs out. He's behind at least 12 CS onto Zuko, onto ground right now. And now you can see red pings coming into the Drake. They maybe want to put a ward down because they have no vision right now. Culling coming out onto Potato Monster on both side, but I don't think much comes out of it. Potato Monster actually coming better off in that trade, especially that Lucian's so low on mana.
Yeah, but I think he just walked up too far in front. Should not be in range of Lucian to be able to auto attack him. So bot lane, the recall's nicely stopped from Bob, so they're gonna be forced to stay and fix their wave there. As Potato will get an opportunity to quickly push this wave in and make Lucian miss another wave, as that's exactly what's gonna happen. Maybe they can get a plate or two for themselves as well. Harambe Avenger walking from base, gonna miss out on this 6 CS under his turret. Plates being picked up by Potato Monster as well. So 9 minutes into the game, 2-1 in favor of Syndicate on the kill board, but 300 gold lead there for Revenants. Blue teams, Syndicate sneakily will take down the Void Grubs though, and SYN will try to respond with the Drake pickup, as it's gonna be pretty much uncontested. And there you go, trade of objectives, 3 Void Grubs for a Cloud Drake.
That's pretty like later on in the game that the objectives are going down, because it was 9.5 minutes before almost the Drake went down. Grub spawned, they were alive for 1.5 as well. So as you said, more in tradition of the slower type of pace of game that's going on. Nice carry of the win does land from Unseen Blade onto Kagura, but Kagura keeps a safe distance. He's pretty happy as well. Both mid laners have that lost chapter. Bot side, as you can see, Peter has completed his berserker. He's added, attack speed, especially with that lethal tempo against the Lucian, completely utilizing, the poke that his lane does provide. 10 CS up onto his counterpart. Top side, only a 2 CS difference, but a big difference in terms of jungle camps between the Wukong, between the Zinja, almost 10 CS numbers at least between them. In the meantime, mid lane is also pretty even. So all in all, slower pace game. Gold slightly in favor of Revenants, around 400 gold, but that's almost negligible at this point compared to if it's just spread across 5 members. But it's also maybe because that Karma picked up a kill as well on that side, and you picked up a Drake here there. You're going to get some more scuttle advantages. You have CS advantage, maybe at least in terms of camps with the Wukong, so that's maybe the goal is coming out from mostly. But otherwise, slower pace game, slower tempo being kept completely over here. But you're going to allow the Victor, to scale quite a bit. You're going to allow Churn ready to get a point that he doesn't mind at all. Already picked up 2 giant belts as well. Going to be looking for the third, but look who's close by. SYN has gone clone farming, wants to get in over. He doesn't have the flash. Here comes the ultimate from the Caitlyn. Gets blocked by Abdo Rising. Bob will be going forward, but no, here's Deadeyes. He prevents any more advantage from the side of Revenants, and yet again, they have fallen back. Fight has broken off, and nothing has come up.
A lot of summoner spells being used there, heal and the barrier from Lucian and Nami, both the flash and heal being used by Bob there as well. But now flashless Lucian, flash is coming back pretty soon for him. Still Lucian has a lot of mobility, definitely hard for someone to gank a Lucian along with the Nami as well. I think the next focus would be the dragon, which is coming up at 2.5 minutes, but the Unseen Blade getting stuck under the gravitational field, forcing the teleport from Charan Reddy to come to his rescue over there. As the culling now connects on to Potato Monster, they've lapsed in judgment. There was no minion wave, and they walked up. That just allowed the entirety of the culling to connect onto the Caitlyn, and that really should not be happening. So it's actually Lucian with 2 kills to 0 compared to Potato Monster, who's sitting 0-1 right now, even though he was doing so well in lane, getting all those CS number advantages. But I think Harambe Avenger, he's going to be feeling pretty good about this.
Yeah, but that's the Caitlyn falling down with the barrier, with the flash still available. Still being a bit greedy with some, maybe thought he can walk away from it, but yeah, well played from the Lucian, well played from Harambe. Nice culling timing given a wave coming up. Bob eats a lot, gets out of the way. Potato Monster eats up more than half of the culling at the end of it, and still had summoners to get out, but chose not to. Instead, ends up going down, ends up giving a bit of the lead. Now has to play a bit on the back foot. Look how aggressive Lucian is, and rightfully so when you have the moves like that. He's putting on a lot of pressure. Bob getting turned down right through his shield, and Potato Monster and Bob are the ones completely on the back foot now. And Lucian's already completed his Essence Reaver. An item up. Mundo has Warmox completed. So now the push music starts playing for him. Maybe the Heartsteel as well coming next. But yeah, lacking judgment for Revenants. Syndicate picks up the feats of warfare.
I think the item advantage is key now, as Lucian with the Essence Reaver becomes so hard to deal with. The mana just keeps coming back, the cooldown reduction along with the movement speed of Nami. Potato Monster needs to be careful now. I think definitely he will be on the back step if any 2v2 breaks down. They need to be waiting for SYN to come in. SYN just picked up his Trinity Force and should be walking towards the bot side, considering the dragon is about to spawn in 25 seconds. So bot laners looking for a quick recall, so they have the items for this dragon fight if it breaks out.
Yeah, and Syndicates at least this time, get the feats properly for themselves. Still continue to base, but the goal difference now a bit more in favor of Syndicates. They have 400 goals in their pockets instead. The Mundo slowly building up. He doesn't mind whatsoever if it goes a bit slower for his side. But Potato Monster Ball completely throwing away the lead that they had generated. Drake is up right now. It's a Mountain Drake. Be it as of that, that's not something you want on a Mundo or a SYN, so both teams that's something you want. But look at this, Kagura has been caught out. He's trying to jiggle and bob and weave. The flash does come out for him, but it might be a bit too late. A bomb from the suitcase from Churn Ready ends up picking up the kill. The SYN's coming, he's gone unstoppable, but the Unseen Blade does have feel. But here comes the Nami wave from this side. Unseen Blade is still alive and still gonna be there, but no, unfortunately ends up going down to the side. Here comes Injao into the fight. Harambe Avengers joined as well. The culling probably gonna shortly come out over here if he wants to go for additional damage, but no, have to back out. It's a 4v3 right now in this situation, and Syndicate, you don't want to be fighting this one. Journey is trying to soak up much of the culling, and that's exactly what he does. Revenants now moving on to the Drake. I don't think much answer is going to come for Syndicate, so that was a 2-for-1 in favor of Revenants, and finally they look like they've stepped up. They finally look like the team from game 1, and finally they have an answer to the pressure that Syndicate has been pushing onto them.
I mean, how does that even happen? You are getting ganked by a Dr. Mundo. Like, he just walked behind Buzz Lightyear over there, and Victor absolutely no vision in the top side, and not respecting the gank coming in, gets caught out, pays with it with his life, and then for the following fight, there was just no mid laner from Syndicate. As Unseen Blade will now come and pick up Dead Eyes, caught lacking near the Shelly pit, as Charan Reddy will try to push away Buzz Lightyear from the pit, and they do pick up the Rift Herald for themselves, and Revenants now suddenly getting all the objectives on the map.
Yeah, and if they pick up first start, that's going to be them having the feats of strength as well, because now Syndicates have feats of warfare. Revenants have the 3 objectives, and just talking about that, they pick up the first start in the bot side, but they're also going to secure that. Secures the feats of strength for himself and his team, but Unseen Blade, very deadly, he's walking up quite over there. Harambe eats all of that Syndra ultimate into his face. He got deleted. Bob is the one who ends up picking up the kill for himself, the guy with the most kills in his team right now, but yeah, Harambe is just a bit overstepping and definitely well punished from the side of Revenants over there.
Maybe just underestimating the damage of the Syndra, but Syndra does have the Luden's completed, and it's just gonna do so much damage. Harambe learning it the hard way, absolutely destroyed it through his barrier as well. Bob coming in, securing the kill at the end. I don't think the Unseen Blade will be minding it all that much as long as they get the kill. But this Mundo now getting scary. Every second that passes is just going to become unkillable. And realistically, apart from the Victor, even the Victor would need a lot of HP damage and magic penetration. Who is going to get through this Mundo? I mean, sure
Yeah,
as
it's gonna be
hell, it's not going to be Lucian.
Yeah, definitely can't be the Lucian, right? I really see the struggles against. Maybe Zinzhou against the Black Cleaver can do something, but Mundo's going to be building up HP. Victor is working himself towards that Leandri, so will have that percentage HP, burn damage for himself as well. So maybe he's the only thing you can do. But yeah, otherwise, not much you can do to match the Mundo. Turn ready is pretty far ahead. 1-0 in terms of kills, decent farm. Has Warmogs going out onto his SYN, going forward onto Deadeyes, does channel his R. Deadeyes is fighting back, but Unseen Blade is close by. Deadeyes' R is going to run out. The scatter hits over there. SYN ends up picking up the kill onto Deadeyes. And that was Deadeyes just a bit overstepping where he didn't need to be, and maybe a bit of lack of vision. Yes, second time this game, a lack of vision coming in from the side of Revenants. TP coming in the mid lane from the Mundo, but the members of Syndicate are run back away. But oh, here comes Mundo. He does not mind whatsoever. This is corporate Mundo, mind you. This is the push Mundo. He's going to be hammering the turret. Here comes the demolish proc as well. Just look at the damage the turret incurred. He just walks up to the Lucian and straight bonks him in the face. This is what we were talking about. Who is going to end up killing this unkillable beast at this point? And nice driving in coming from SYN. He gets a lot of hits onto the tier 2. They're trying to secure it as well. The wave when it comes in maybe does lock that up. Unseen hits the scatter onto Deadeyes. Deadeyes hits the W, gets the slow. The R comes in from from Unseen Blade, but he does end up falling down. A huge shutdown going into the hands to Deadeyes. And yes, good question. Why is a mid laner on the flank? Does not make sense whatsoever, but hey, that's what Unseen Blade did, and he was very dearly punished for it.
I think he just tunnel visioned onto the low HP Victor. He just wanted to go on from the side and get a kill for himself. Ends up dying there, giving away gold to the enemy team, and ends up going down in the process. 1-3-5 on the Syndra right now. So the carry is not doing all that hot for the side of Revenants. 1-3 and 0-1. Items are coming in though, and as soon as that Rabadon's death cap is completed for the Syndra, life is gonna be very, very hard for this Lucian and Victor.
And definitely it's going to be a hard time for the Lucian, already struggling a bit. As you saw in the last fight, there was nothing you could do when the Mundo just started walking up to him. The demolish proc on the turret will do quite a bit of damage as well. Drake coming up in 10 seconds time. Syndicate don't even have a single one in the game as of yet. Revenant's already 2 in that area. Syndicate gonna be picking up the tier 1 bot side, get some gold, get some pressure, and gonna walk over here. Turn ready, doesn't have TP, so has to go for the back, have to start walking towards the dragon right now. Deadeyes really wants to catch on as a nice sidestep, nice footwork. The scatter of the wind comes, deters more movement, but it wants to push down the trap. No one's getting trapped in it just as of yet. Mundo is close by. He's going to be looking to be coming into this fight. Crown, in the meantime, top side does have TP if he wants to come in. It does look like Syndicates want to maybe go for a steal or maybe a late kind of aggro aggression. Let Revenants start up the Drake. They're going to be pushing it away. Calls coming in from the side of Revenants. Drake being pulled out. The Mundo's here for Revenants. They can't walk from the right side. They're trying to walk from the left side, but the scatter of the wind straight in the face of Kagura. Unseen Blade gets jumped by Deadeyes. He has to flash away, and all hell breaks loose. SYN's going in with his R, but the damage not coming out essentially right now. The Unseen Blade finally does manage to lock in Deadeyes. SYN going down low. Crown is getting chunked away. He's going 4 versus 1 over there. That's the same way Mundo's going 3v1 over there, but Mundo ends up surviving. Crown ends up falling down, and that's going to be the numbers the game in advantage of Revenants. But a lot of blinking HP bars. Turner doesn't mind. He has a warm up. He's going to start healing up. Buzz Lightyear is walking forward. Has the laser available to him. Doesn't want to get caught out. The scatter of wind narrowly missing out on the Lucian just because of his dash from the E. The Drake down to 4,000 HP right now. This is a very crucial fight. Armbe HP very low. Drake smited away by SYN. Now Syndicates need to get out of this fight because I don't think you can do much. Kagura has to flash away from SYN jumping onto him. They leave Abdo to the wolves and they sacrifice. Yeah, I don't know, Fireball. Why are Syndicate still here?
I mean, the Dragon's dead. They are very low on HP. I mean, just cut your losses and retreat. But man, Charan Reddy was the absolute hero of that last fight. Once the fight began, I think it was a good engage coming in from ground from the side, and it was a really good setup for Syndicate to actually sweep that entire fight. But Charan Reddy just wreaking havoc in the backline, not letting Harambe Avenger to auto attack the essential targets at all. Crown was trying to do the same for the side of Revenants, but Revenants able to group up properly, playing front to back, taking down the beefy SYN, and then forcing their way past him. And but the same could not be done to this Mundo, as he just completely shut down the Lucian in that previous fight.
Yeah, he did shut them down. He took so much aggro towards, like you said, pulled away so many members of Syndicate. Crown tried to do the same, but ends up giving up his life way before Mundo goes down, because Mundo is just so tanky, keeps on healing up in the fights, goes a bit far away, starts healing for Warhammer's Deadeyes. You're gonna get caught out for maybe the third time this game. I don't know where you think you're running, but you're running straight into the trap of Potato Monster. Potato Monster going to end up picking up the kill. Harambe, channeling in the cuddling, does prevent Unseen Blade from walking too forward into him. Unseen Blade ate a lot of those bullets to the face, has to back out. But yeah, I think Deadeye is having a bit of a lackluster game. Got caught out like 3 times by this counter over here, Fireball. And I think this man, he is getting gapped a bit by SYN, and I think he's getting to him mentally a bit.
Yeah, not having the best of games or the best of series right now. 1 and 5 objectives not going as well. Lucian get outplayed. 1 button press from the Unseen Blade, and Abdo Rising now finds himself on the wrong side of the map. Time Syndra goes fishing, gonna pick up that kill. Atakan now 3000 HP smite is available for SYN. He's just gonna be able to pick that one up. Actually, it's gonna be Caitlyn securing the last hit, so dicey. Crown and Buzz Light here trying to stop Revenants as much as they can, but they're not gonna be able to do that. They're gonna nicely give the kill away to Potato Monster so that he can get a positive KD of his own. And Chen Reddy, at this point, he's just having fun, man. You can't take this Mundo seriously. Oh my god! Oh my lord, what was that damage? The sweet sound of the Heartsteel on top of Abdo Rising's head. He's gonna be hearing that in his sleep tonight.
Yeah, that E from Mundo completely evaporates the Nami over there. And yeah, Jordan is in a very strong place right now. Warm-up completed, 205 stacks on the Heartsteel. He's going to be happy about that. SYN having a good performance. Potato Monster having a good performance. Bob having a good performance. Pretty much the entire side of Revenants playing it very well. They picked up Atakan, they picked up all 3 Drakes, they picked up the Rift. Only thing that they gave up was the exchange of the Void Grubs for the first Drake. But other than that, pretty much playing it flawlessly. The Lucian now is going to fall a bit behind. And as we talked about, who's going to kill the Mundo? The R from Unseen Blade will kill the Victor underneath his own turret. Not much outplay over there, not much playing from the Cinder. Just go up, press R, get a kill for yourself. 10 stacks into the Dark Seed, maybe a Magi soon enough from it as well. But yeah, Revenants have gone far in this game, blown up the goal lead quite a bit now, 7k, almost 8k in their favor. They started up the Baron, they can't do much. Churn Ready is just like, this is my map, this is my area. I don't know what you're doing. Look at that bonk coming in. The suitcase hits hard, ladies and gentlemen, and this is the full effect of the push Mundo coming into play.
I mean, this is FF15 if I've ever seen one. As just looking at this Mundo running at you, making your bruiser run for his own life helplessly is just gonna be so demoralizing for Syndicate. I mean, who's gonna be able to deal with this absolute monster in the top lane? Crown is trying to do similar things of his own, as Bob and Unseen Blade need to be careful of. Almost got caught there. Abdo Rising from the side will get slapped by the Caitlyn ultimate. Unseen Blade will pick up that kill for himself, and now Harambe Avenger is gonna be the next one to fall. Suddenly the aggressors are the ones who are falling down and not even able to complete the kill onto Bob right there. It's gonna be 3 kills for 0, and boy oh boy, I think it's just a matter of time before Revenants finish this one off as well. Have the Baron buff, 10,000 gold ahead, 19 kills to 5, 4 turrets to 2, and everything is just going in their favor.
And it looked like maybe a good play from Syndicates coming in over there. There was a 3v2 situation. Unfortunately, couldn't lock down the targets. Allowed the rest of Revenants to come into the picture. And, you saw that Abdo was standing in the place just to block, the Caitlyn ultimate from hitting Harambe. And because he just stood still over there, easy scatter of the win onto him. Looks like Harambe is going to die again. Oh my god, the damage coming out from a 25 stack Magi Syndra is no joke, ladies and gentlemen, whatsoever. There was a Lucian on your screens a second. Exactly, where did that man go? He's getting evaporated by the Mundo. He's getting evaporated by the Syndra. You don't want to be an ADC in this game against Revenants. Even Crown getting melted by the R of Syndra. Deadeye is in a precarious situation. Push Mundo has maybe dived a bit too deep. Ends up going down over here to Crown, but it might be a little too late for the side of Syndicate. Revenant's gonna run amok over here, gonna leave up maybe the last turret. They try to walk away. They have 2 cannons try to hit away. Now Deadeyes and all have to get a reset. Turret ends up going down. Looks like Revenants want to go for that, and Syndicate. Not much you can do unless you go and reach Potato Monster over here. Potato Monster is just gonna auto and end it. No, it's just gonna be S8UL who goes for it instead alongside Bob. That's gonna be Revenants taking game 2 and the series 2-0 in a very, very dominating fashion.
Yeah, and Charan Reddy did end up going down at least once at the very end. So yeah, I think small victory there for Syndicate. Took down the Doctor, but Revenants, I mean, such a good showing for them in their first game of the group stage. I think they should be feeling very happy. They play the early game very, textbook fashion. I think they might be, trying to play a little more aggressive against teams like Kakao Gaming, against teams like S8UL. I think if they be so passive, it might not work out. But today, everything did work out in their favor. Absolute flawless victories coming in from the side of Revenants, playing it slow, playing to their strengths in the first game, waiting for the Rise and the Smolder to scale up in the second game, making sure they are fighting at the objectives, target selection so good, and just all in all, Potato Monster and Revenants, they keep doing this day in and day out. We know how good these people were in the previous tournaments under the name of Old Gods, and it's nice to see that they are showing the same level, and it's just more of the same from Potato Monster and company.
Yeah, and I think Zuko had an unfortunate reunion with his, ex-teammates over there from that side, and they were looking for, from the side of Syndicate for a bit of revenge against Revenants, because, Revenants were the ones who knocked them out of Qualifier 2, but unfortunately didn't go there. Game 1 looked way more closer than Game 2 did, essentially, and that Mundo evaporated people. The Syndra was evaporating people left, right, and center. Lucian was just not having a good time whatsoever after the laning phase ended. Anytime team fights were going down, and the plan of of the side of Revenants coming into perfection. Syndicates maybe have to rethink a bit how they want to play against Revenants, because this is the second time they're going down against this team, in the recent history, and a bit of rivalry, starting between these two teams, and this does improve the scene quite a bit. But yeah, what you thought would happen, what I thought would happen, did not happen. You were at least more closer to the mark, right? You said 2-1 in Revenants. Revenants take the series 2-0 completely over there. So congrats to these guys, and they earned the complete 3 points for themselves for that clean sweep. Yep. 3 points, and that's a huge talking point. 3 points going on over there. Phoenix Ascension yesterday ended up losing 1 game, gave away a point. So getting a clean sweep does matter a lot, Firewall.
It definitely does, as a difference between 3 and 2 points can add up as the weeks keep coming in. The games keep counting in. At the end, we don't know how much of a difference is gonna be between the top 2 to top 3, 4 teams. So Revenants doing their due diligence, getting the 3 points up on the board. 28 minutes is all it took them to dismantle Syndicate. 13,000 gold lead towards the end. 21 kills to 6 kills. Had the Dragon Soul. Every single objective except the Void Grubs in the favor of Revenants, and they are looking very strong. And I feel this tournament, the round robin stage, this is full of so many teams at similar levels. I feel Soul and Kakao Gaming are in that S plus Scream tier, but still all of these teams, we saw PNX and today Revenants, even Syndicate, and even Poros, they did so well, and I feel it's going to be a great tournament. MVP for this game is going to be the Unseen Blade Syndra, 10, 3, and 7, 1200 damage per minute, absolutely annihilating people. Had a pretty slow start early on, but then once he got his items, he just started one-shotting people like no tomorrow. Got that 25 stack Magi's, and yeah, he should be very happy with his performance on the Syndra right now.
And then, talking about schedule going on to this day, you've already seen the first game, Revenants taking 2-0 against Syndicate, but now, for one of the more blockbuster matchups, SYL Esports versus
definitely.
Kaka Gaming. SYL Esports, previously known as Asterix, previously known as Temple of Kings, S8UL, my bad, between these two teams. So S8UL, previously known as Asterix, previously known as Temple of Kings, pretty much the winner of every single tournament they've been in, and who's always been close on their heels. It has been Kakao. This is the team that's managed to take games off of them, taking them all the way to maybe game 5 in series where it has gone in the finals. So this is a matchup that is usually reserved for the finals, and you guys are getting a treat seeing this so earlier on in the tournament. And this is going to be a very, very close game because these two teams know each other so well. There's a lot of rivalry, a lot of history between them, and I just can't wait to see what happens. But guys, before we do end up seeing such an amazing match, we're going to take a very short break before we resume the action.
Right, guys, welcome back to Legends Ascent South Asia. I'm Kaka, with me Madness, who casted the previous series between Revenants and Syndicate. I think that was a pretty close series till it wasn't, and good to see new teams emerging out. I have to shout out SYN as well. I think he played a phenomenal game, 1 and 2. And the Unseen Blade as well on the Syndra, just one-shotting people left and right. So that was pretty good to see as well. Madness, what did you make of that series?
I think it's like you're saying, like it was close until it wasn't. Like the early game, still game one was very, pretty close until the 10-20 minute mark. That's when, the deadlock was broken by the side of by the side of Revenants. But yeah, this is a bit of the head-to-head. Basically, what we think of the two MVPs at least going into in that series. Arambe Avenger, a pretty new face to the scene, did phenomenal on his picks. Second game, the Lucian didn't work out, especially against a Mundo. That's not something that's going to be doing that much damage. Ezin, like you said, had a very good performance, did phenomenal game one, got an MVP. Even second game, set up his team so many times earlier on. Unfortunately, did get caught out once or twice, but other than that, did his job pretty well. Baited a lot of fights. His Wukong spinning was phenomenal in fights. Got a lot of knockups, and did the job the jungler has to do for his team over here.
Yeah, and let's look at the league table as well. So you see Kakao Gaming, who are going to play next with a win on the board already. No losses for them as of yet. Revenants, of course, with their 2-0 series, are going to join them tied at the top with PNX Ascension following suit. Poro Patrol, S8UL Esports is going to play right now, and you can see in the bottom right there, Syndicate and Report Precog Gaming not having the best series yesterday, so they will of course come back onto the Rift in the next few weeks, and hopefully they will be looking to make up for the lost momentum. But for now, the big match of the weekend, Madness, I think this matchup we have seen time and time again. It's Kakao Gaming versus previously Team Asterisk, now S8UL Esports, a big name in the gaming industry in India especially, and now they are going to invest in, their stocks in League of Legends as well. I think it's going to be pretty interesting to watch yet again Infi and Squad playing under another banner. Let's see if the results stay the same.
Yeah, and these are the two teams who were in qualifier one, were your finalists. It went pretty far. I think this is the closest Kakao actually did getting to breaking the deadlock between the two teams, because even fifth game was looking pretty much Kakao's favor until it went slightly edgewise, and then Asterisk completely played on the back foot, but made a very good comeback in that match. But yeah, two of the top teams, at least I would say, in this tournament, in this region, going head to head so earlier on for points is going to be a treat for everybody to watch, for us to cast as well, because when these two teams get into the Rift, it is always guaranteed to be a banger of a match, and that's exactly what we are going to be looking forward to coming in. Like you said, S8UL, previously known as Asterisk, previously known as Temple of Kings, one of the dominant most teams in the region, pretty much won every single tournament since we've been back with League, any tournament that they have played, and ended up winning majority, most prize money as well accumulated to them. So very congrats to them getting picked up by an org like S8UL. Top dogs in the Indian esports side, top dogs in the terms of League getting together. That's just always guaranteed an excellent combo whatsoever. But yeah, Kakao have a bone to pick with the side of S8UL, given how many times they come up. I think this can be termed as our El Clasico in League, but it's always been a bit one-sided in terms of the victory outcome. Not always during in the matchups, but it always ends up with S8UL on top. But hopefully, Kakao maybe looking to make a statement early in the tournament and maybe trying to reverse some of the history that has happened between them.
Yeah, 100%. I think, as you said, the results have been in the favor of S8UL Esports in the recent history, but it has been pretty close between the two. 3-2 was the score in the previous best of 5 in these two teams, and I really think if there's any team that's going to beat S8UL Esports in the league format, I think it has to be Kakao Gaming. And without wasting any time, we jump into the champ select. Blue side owned by S8UL Esports, red side will be Kakao Gaming. Just looking at the bans, Kled and Poppy. Kled, I think that's kind of mandatory against Copy. No one wants to give him that champion, and rightly so. And for the side of Kakao Gaming, the Dyna and Pantheon, so focusing very heavily towards the jungle. S8UL Infi, of course, we have seen him grabbing match MVPs again and again for his team. I think that is the strongest pillar that the team has, as Lulu is going to get banned. And I wouldn't mind or wouldn't be really surprised if another jungle ban comes in, but never mind, it's going to be the Leona. So Jarvan is open, and I do believe both of these teams have high priority on a champion that is shared between both the champ pools for both these teams. So I think Jarvan first pick could make a lot of sense here.
Jarvan first pick will be pretty good. Infinity, as you said, climb the solo queue pretty well with. I don't think the Quinn pick is coming in that cover. It's a bit mysterious from that. That's going to be the Xinjiao instead of the Jarvan. Pretty much playstyles are aligned a lot given the earlier jungle pressure that you're going to be applying. But yeah, at least this time Kakao Gaming have their full proper lineup. Sam is back into that ADC role, because you remember Kakao did play yesterday in their game, even with Dead Corporal being absent in game 1 for so much, did a bagger job for their side. They ended the series 2-0, already have 3 points up in the leaderboard. So to answer the Xinjiao, it's going to be a Wukong pickup for the side of Kakao Gaming. It's going to be Copy in the jungle this time. Dead Corporal's going top, and this is where Copy said recently that he does like to shine. He has been recently pursuing a lot of jungle plays in solo queue. He thinks he's more, familiar with that role that he does like to call when he's the jungler. So maybe we get to see a different type of Kakao, because this is what fumbled S8UL a lot in that 5-man series, a 5-game series that they had, because they did a lot of lane swaps from Kakao and that did tremendous for them. But that being said, the Azir gets locked in for W.
Yeah, the Azir is going to come in. Wasn't really impressed by it yesterday, got to be honest, but let's see if he pulls off a different game today. Wukong pickup I really like against Xinjiao. In general, providing a lot of CC, the double knockup on the ultimate as well. And it looks like Copy is going to be playing jungle. I was going to say Hue might come in. It's a good matchup into the Azir. You being an artillery mage, you can just keep spamming your skills, make it hard for the Azir to farm up. And that's exactly what's going to happen. And this should be a pickup for RTO, as we always expect. There you go. His champ pool is quite small, to be honest, but if you can get him his comfort champions early on, I don't think it's going to be a problem. And the Mordekaiser is going to come in right now, and it looks like Dead Corporal is top, so wouldn't be surprised to see a Gwen pickup coming in at R3 right now, just to answer the Mordekaiser and have a really nice laning phase. Maybe the Darius comes out, you never know with Dead Corporal. He will pick one of those champions that's going to bully the lane and bully RTO in towards the top side of the map for sure. And it looks like the Tryndamere is going to come in. That's very surprising.
That's surprising. That is spicy also at the same time. The Tryndamere coming up for probably Dead Corporal, obviously, at this point. But yeah, we haven't seen a Tryndamere being played in qualifiers as well on stream matches. And now we get to see it first game between Kakao Gaming and S8UL Esports. So very interesting pick. Like you said, very surprising. I also was anticipating maybe a Gwen pickup coming in for the side of Dead Corporal, but that doesn't seem to be it. The Lucian ends up getting banned by Kakao Gaming. Now it's up to see what S8UL want to answer with. It's the bot lanes that are just left open for play. So assume a lot of ADC bans, a lot of support bans coming in. And let's see what they're more comfortable. Now you do have Sam back in his ADC role for Kakao Gaming. They switched it up quite a bit in their last series, but now you have your more traditional, your more main roster ADC. So I expect them to come with their full firepower. Ash gets banned out from S8UL Esports. And let's see what Kakao Gaming answers back. It's going to be the Rakan.
Yeah, so just denying the Zyra Khan, it seems like it's a smart move. I think Kratos plays it really well as well. Wouldn't be surprised to see a Milio ban or some Enchanter ban coming in. We've already seen the Lulu getting banned. Or maybe the MF gets to see the banning phase. Not sure what they don't want to play against. Let's see what happens. But just speaking of Tryndamere pick, I'm not a huge fan, honestly. I do think that Corporal is a good player on such picks, but in a 5v5 team setting, the Tryndamere does not really flourish too much, as it's a very solo queue-esque pick coming in, right? You have to win your lane, you just keep splitting, and then you're a menace. But if you fail to do any of those things, then the things can turn around quite badly for the side of Kakao Gaming. So that's a risk that they're going to take. And if you're going to take any risk, it has to be in game 1. So I don't mind that too much, as the Brom blind is going to get logged in right here. And I think a Jin Karma setup would be really nice for the side of S8UL Esports right here, bullying the Brom in the lane as well and keeping your distance from the Tryndamere and Wukong. So maybe that's something that S8UL, can look towards, but it looks like the Vayne is going to come in for Lotus along with the Milieu. So they are going to play a very passive scaling sort of a lane, and it just puts a lot of pressure on Infi to make plays that he's the only engaged the team has right now.
Yeah, it does seem like that. And let's see what you want to pick up. The Milio Vayne. We've seen Lotus maybe hit miss sometimes on this spot side of his, but it's going to be the Milio locked in with the Vayne. The last time he did play Vayne, it was with Kratos on Milio, so no surprises there. Locked in. Brom left open, very surprisingly. Gets instantly picked up by Love2 in the second phase of picking. Now yet to see what they want to answer back with. A Jinx pickup is not that bad into the Vayne, into the kind of matchups you have, but it's going to be maybe beat the Kog'Maw coming out, another hyper scaling Gary. It's being hovered right now, and it is going to be locked in for Sam. So there you have it, both your drafts coming in over here, and a very surprising Tryndamere in the top side against Mordekaiser.
Yeah.
So talk to me a bit more about this pick, Kaka. Does this make any sense whatsoever? Because I'm trying to grasp my mind around it.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Kakao Gaming's draft. I really thought with how the R1 and R2 went, picking up Wukong and Azir, it was looking really good for them. But then the pickups have started to come in, the shenanigans have started, and I sort of prefer S8UL's draft a bit more, especially when you consider the kind of comfort that they have gotten for themselves. Akshaj playing the Hue, he's very comfortable on that champion. Infi first picking a Xinjiao for himself. A very, very simple champion for RTO. Huge comfort for him in the Mordekaiser, and barely seen him lose the lane. Almost always gets the solo kill as well, even though he is mostly left alone towards the top side of the map. And then a scaling bot lane from the side of S8UL as well. So I think they will be, very satisfied with how the draft has gone for them. And especially with Milieu and Vayne, you can keep your distance from the Tryndamere. So I don't think they are in any sort of threat unless the Wukong can find some sort of weird angles to get his Cyclone in from. But having said that, Kakao Gaming do have some comfort for themselves as well. But yeah, I'm just questioning the Brom blind and the Tryndamere right now. But of course, they can always shut us up by performing well on these champions.
And they have done that before, right? We've really sometimes criticized how they draft, but they do. They're a team that tend to pull it off no matter where they go, and that's exactly what probably they are aiming for. They're going into this. It's a bit of a statement between them because, like we said, traditionally in this matchup, so S8UL Esports does come out on top against Kakao. So Kakao definitely have some revenge lined up, and now especially Copy moving to the jungle, now trying to switch it up from what he's been traditionally playing as the top for Kakao in recent times. So maybe now with him, I've heard when I was talking to the man as well, he was saying that he feels more comfortable. It allows him to call better for his team and be more vocal in the side alongside Love2, because Love2 does keep a good amount of timers as well. So I'm going to have a pretty good time seeing him there. And blind Brom pick up the Tryndamere. Questions asked, questions will be answered in the Rift on how they played these matchups. But yeah, Mordekaiser, fan favorite in our region, doesn't get banned, gets picked up. Exactly what RTO went for. He's going to be taking a couple of people away to Brazil with him. And Kog'Maw, a bit of an immobile champion. That you have the Brom to allow some disengage, you have the Wukong to allow some reprise, but at the end of the day, if he gets caught, he's in a pretty screwed situation, and pretty much that's what they're going to be aiming for the side of S8UL Esports.
Yeah, I mean, having said that, Kakao do have a lot of scaling for themselves as well. In the Kog'Maw, of course, he can scale like a maniac with 2-3 items completed. Azir as well scales beautifully into the late game. And so does the Tryndamere, getting all those crit items for himself. I think he's going to be fine if the game goes till like 40 minutes plus, 30 minutes plus, when you are getting 6-packed right there. So Tryndamere can be a menace that way in the side lane. But when it comes to team fights, I'm not finding too many ways for Kakao Gaming in this one, just especially because of how their team comp works. Either you're trying to save the Kog'Maw, you're going to go in with the Wukong and the Azir. So I think that's going to be a bit weird for the side of Kakao Gaming. But again, that is one team. I don't think the draft matters too much with them. It only matters how they end up playing in the game, and we have seen how aggressive Kakao Gaming can be. We saw it yesterday. They won a game 4 versus 5. So that's the sort of team that S8UL is against. And I think S8UL knows themselves. If any team is going to give them a run for their money, it's going to be Kakao Gaming.
Exactly as you said, but just a second before we continue with the conversation, we do want to make a correction about the MVP that was shown in the last game over there. Unfortunately, it was the Unseen Blade, but it was the picture of SYN. So now we have the man here. Look at the muscles on this guy. But yeah, talking a bit more, had a very good time, as Kaka was saying as well. Kept on, just extinguishing enemies from their lives in the game. But yeah, correction being made. That's Unseen Blade in the full and total, and did have a phenomenal job with it. Good MVP. And then getting back to this series, yeah, like you said, Kakao Gaming traditionally are the ones that give S8UL the most trouble in the Rift, and they will be looking to continue that statement. Hopefully take it all 3 games, hopefully end up winning it, because this would be maybe something that helps them further along this tournament. Because reminder, guys, this is the league stage, right? Whoever wins ends up winning points, but at the end of the day, it's going to be the top 4 teams that move on into the double elimination playoff bracket later. So that's where probably these teams will be meeting again. So this sets a statement and a precedent for how the rest of the tournament will be looking. But guys, without any further ado, we are going into this very exciting matchup between S8UL Esports and Kakao Gaming, a best of 3 series. S8UL starting on the blue side, Kakao starting on the red, and boy, oh boy, I can't just wait for the excitement to start.
Yeah, I mean, I've been waiting for this game as well for quite a few days. And when we saw the schedule, I think this was the game that any of us would be, the most excited for, and now it's finally here. So this one is going to be, I wouldn't be surprised if it goes to all 3 games. I wouldn't be surprised if Kakao ends up winning as well, since it's a best of 3. Best of 5 is different stakes, and S8UL doesn't seem to lose those anyway. So I do think if Kakao is going to win a series against S8UL, this has to be it. Yeah, as you said, just very excited. Now looking at the runes as well, Infi, RTO, both of them are going to run Conquerors, Arcane Comet for Catbot for early pressure. As Infi is going to dash in towards W, burns his flash already. And that is going to be very costly for the laning phase of W. Let's see how that goes. Tryndamere is going to make his way there as well. So Catbot might have to burn his flash. Does so. The Q connects from the Braum to chunk his HP down. And no flashes in the mid lane. So both the junglers will be licking their lips after getting those the early clear and then just looking to gank this lane.
Yeah, I think once you get the flash out of W, you just get out of there as quickly as possible without anything else. But now you end up burning the flash from Catbot as well. So a bit of Summoners Exchange earlier on. Both flashes get burned. Both junglers starting topside, and RTO and Dead Corporal trading heavily over there. You can see Lotus and Kratos putting a lot of pressure in the bot side against Sam and Love to, given the range that with the tumbles that Lotus can generate, gives additional, picking advantages, a lot of chunk damage that he can do. W eating the full wrath of Catbot, but still up a bit slightly in HP topside. Dead Corporal chunked RTO pretty low. He ends up burning his health pot. And now you can see that Dead Corporal is pretty much dictating how the top lane goes, while mid side is still a bit of a fight between W and Catbot. Traditionally, it's Catbot that's come up on these matchups, but I'm going to hope to see that W on this Azir can provide something sensational.
Yeah, and it's aggression all around for these teams, especially in the solo lanes. Top, RTO burns his pot. In the mid lane, both of them don't have any pots and flashes, as well as the junglers are going to match each other's pace. In the bot lane, as you said, Lotus having a good time so far, but the Kog'Maw, starts coming alive at level 3 and 4, as RTO is really struggling so far in this lane. Only the 6-7 CS for him against Dead Corporal, who's on 16 already. And then this does not get better for him as the game goes on. Maybe the Bramble West can be the defining factor as he looks to recall, but that's going to get cancelled as well as he decides to pick up another wave in the bot lane. Sam doing a good job so far, getting all the CS that he can. Especially with the Braum, right? I don't think there's too much potential for him to win this lane, but I think he will be a very happy camper as long as he's even or slightly behind, as it looks like we're going to fight for this bot scuttle. Crab Kratos is going to get tagged by Braum. Hue has the first rotation, so Copy actually smites that away. Let's see if he has to pay with his life. Not at all. He's going to flash away very smartly. Don't think he needed to, but that's the early nerves that are going to come in. But yeah, the scuttle is secured, but the flash is burned, so I would say that's advantage S8UL again.
Yeah, I don't think, like you said, Copy did probably need to burn his flash to get it out. I don't think the tip of Xinjiao's spear was even going to get it onto him. Catbot wasn't even in a strong position to do some damage. He's going to take a lot of, shots to him, but he's anyway going for the recall, so I don't think he needs to flash at all. But now, that's a flashless Copy. That's a flashless W in the meantime. So Copy, when he goes for the ganks, will be pretty hindered as well. Catbot pretty much out of mana, probably goes back, gets a recall as well. And you can see bot side, Kratos and Love to are exchanging a couple of blows. It's still even. Like you said, Sam doesn't mind it being even because he's going to scale quite a bit as a Kog'Maw, and if he's protected quite a bit in these team fights, he'll be doing a phenomenal job of putting so much DPS out. W has to be careful over there. You are flashless. If Catbot had tried to go for more, but even Catbot didn't have his flash, just given how the level 1 went. So it's going to be W going for his recall. Catbot trying to get the wave in, maybe go for his own get back. You can see that Aziz already picked up some magic resist to deal with the poke that Catbot is dishing out, while you can see Xinjiao going for his own back. W is TPing back into lane, and still a bit of a lull period after blows exchange and summoners exchanged.
Yeah, I mean, that's really good from the side of Akshas, just capitalizing on the poke that he has. Going to recall now. It does find himself like 15 CS up right now, as W, it seems like, is trying to freeze the way for himself. Gets the early MR. Maybe should look to dodge a few of these skill shots, as whenever we see the mid lane, he's getting hit by something. So that can be improved upon. But in the top lane as well, the same sort of disparity for the side of Dead Corporal, being almost 20 plus CS ahead at 5-6 minutes. That's a very strong showing so far. Xinjiao looking to gank bot. Actually, Sam might be in trouble as the Braum tag comes in, but Catbot is in trouble himself. Might end up going down for first blood. Does not have his flash available. Is going to come up pretty soon, as the Kog'Maw ends up dying as well towards the bot side of the map. And that is going to be a trade coming in with the Kog'Maw passive. So a 2-for-1 so far. Infi does not have flash. If he gets tagged, he might be in trouble. Does get tagged right here, but never mind. He's going to just walk away from this. Catbot, I think he messed up being so far pushed up, not having flash available to himself. And advantage Kakao Gaming at minute 6, 2-for-1 coming in for their side. Very smartly played.
Yeah, and Catbot ends up going down for pretty much free over there in the mid side, because unfortunately didn't have his flashback up after the level 1 shenanigans. Bot side, the Vayne and the Kog'Maw trade out, so they're pretty okay with that. I think maybe if Copy had continued walking and trusted maybe his Braum to land the Q, that maybe the side of Infi could have been caught, but no, just erring maybe on side of caution. Doesn't want to waste more time, want to get the resets in, maybe go back down as well. But yeah, already early advantage going over to the side of Kakao. Built up a slight gold lead of around 700 gold. That's pretty much in the hands of the Kog'Maw and the Wukong. Love to doing what every dutiful support will do, taking out the vision ward at the Drake. And you can see that they exactly know where the jungler of Kakao is. They know exactly where Copy is. Copy on his back has picked up a Sheen and 3 long swords as well. So probably making up towards the Trinity Force. And now on top side, the CS difference hasn't stopped. But let's just take a look about how that fight went. Catbot gets caught out over here. Copy goes in, is started up by the ultimate, but the condemn against the wall for the Kog'Maw sealed his fate, but he's not done. His passive is still ticking. He goes back in for a bit of revenge against Lotus, and he definitely picks that up. Lotus could have maybe kicked some distance with more tumbles off minions, but no, unfortunately gets caught out by Sam here. W does go in. I thought maybe a Shrimpa shuffle back into his turret might have been something that he was looking for, but no, he didn't. Chose not to.
I think he was looking for it, but his ultimate was not up, only by a few seconds. So I think that was a misread. But having said that, Kratos has already moved up to secure the grubs for his team. I think that's going to get traded for the dragon, if I'm not wrong. S8UL prioritizing the grubs. Actually, I don't mind that too much, denying it from the Tryndamere, who just, if you press tab, you're disappointed. 30 CS ahead already, gets the plate for himself. So top side has been a destruction from the side of Dead Corporal, but it's not really surprising. We do see RTO most of the time is getting into these sort of deficits, but he's someone who can always come back into the game and does not really die solo. Plays a very passive game, as Infi does not have flash. Oh, he's a dead Xin Zhao right now. I don't think he's gonna escape from here. His Kratos comes in, might have to burn his own flash for that. Is going to do so. Hue ultimate comes in. Azir shuffle. Oh, beautiful flash from the side of Catbot to dodge that. W burned his own as well. And yet again, Kakao Gaming showing us why they are the team that can match S8UL's pace and getting that kill for themselves. Infi getting caught and a couple of flashes burn as well for the side of S8UL.
Yeah, and that kill ends up being the feats of warfare on the side of Kakao. One more step towards the feats of strength. And then you just take a replay at this fight. Infi doesn't have an inkling that anybody's walking up to him. If he's a very flashless Xin Zhao, he's going to get caught up. The Braum stun locks him up in place. Now Copy's going to flash forward onto Kratos' side. He exactly what he does. Kratos flashes away. But what is important is that nice flash coming from Catbot, from W, QEing towards him, flash forward, gets the Shimmer Shuffle, but Catbot very fast, she flashes away from it. But yeah, flashes burn. Copy's heading towards the bot side where the Braum who's gonna lock up Lotus in place. 2 more autos, he's gonna get stunned, and that's exactly what happens. Kog'Maw's dealing a lot of pressure, but here comes Infi. He's here to protect his bot laners, and nice shadowing coming from the jungle of S8UL. It does prevent more deaths, but here RTO's taking Dead Corporal into a lot of damage, but just not what you want. The CS difference still quite significant on the top side. 20 CS in the lead for the Xin Zhao. And the bot side, Vayne happily farming in, will get this wave in as well. Now it's a bit of lane swaps coming in because Herald will be coming a bit later. You can see the Kog'Maw and the Braum going to match Catbot mid side, and Azir has gone to match the Vayne and the Millie on the bot side.
Yeah, I mean, that's an okay swap coming, and I'm not too mad about it, honestly. As you said, in the top lane, the Death Realm comes in, unable to secure the kill for the side of RTO as it was too close to the turret, and Dead Corporal is just able to walk away from that. Still finds himself almost, well, more than 25 CS ahead right now. Is going to trade on to RTO. Dead Corporal, once he gets his lifesteal item, I think he's going to be very happy with the trades that are going to come in, as the lanes will be swapped once again. W was able to pick up the mid bot lane farm when he had TP towards that bot turret, and the state of the game is quite in a lull state. Not really any objectives are up, so let's look at the items for now. 2-0 on the Wukong. Copy again performing really well, this time playing jungle for his team. Yesterday he was playing top lane. The Blackfire Torch has been completed for the Hue, so he is sort of spiking as well. And I believe the Rage Blade first item for the Kog'Maw could be the Blade of the Ruin King as well, but wouldn't be surprised if it's the Rage Blade that comes through. Is going to get done as well pretty soon, and the Kraken Slayer, I believe, will be the item for Lotus. So they're all waiting to complete these items, as Blade of the Ruin King actually has been picked up by Tryndamere towards the top side of the map. And to answer that, the Bramble West has come in, as Lotus takes a very heavy trade, is going to get stunned, and he's just going to die.
If he had flash up, if he flashes away from that last auto that Kog'Maw does, that locks him in place with Love 2's passive onto him, he does end up living. But no, like you said, gets locked up in place. Kog'Maw just vomits into the sky. Ultimate lands onto him. The Braum, ultimate just for in case anything happens, locks up the kill. That's the 4th kill for the side of Kakao Gaming, and a bit lax coming in from the side of Lotus, and maybe just not being prepared that he has to flash away and just not understanding the kill potential the bot lane of Kakao has. But Kakao Gaming has come out from the gates full storm blazing, because they are 4-1 up on a formidable opponent like S8UL, and you usually don't see someone like Catbot lacking over there, giving away a pretty much a free kill for that side. And I think maybe a bit of nerves coming into the game over here. Maybe it settles down the longer it goes on, but right now Kakao Gaming are the ones definitely driving the game.
Yeah, 100%. And as you said, it's just game one, so their hands are still getting warm, and they will come into form as well. But yeah, that's a very unusual kill giveaway from the side of Lotus. Usually he's very careful around these things, but that's Brom Kog'Maw for you. One tag and Kog has such an insane range to with his W, just keep on spitting on you and stun you, and once that happens, the knockup comes in as well from the side of Brom. So I think that was very well played from the side of Love 2 as well. But Lotus just underestimating the sort of damage that was going to come in. Even Milio was not able to save the Vayne with his ultimate and just disable the stun there. So not expected from the side of Lotus, and he ends up paying for his mistakes. And as you said, like Kakao have come in swinging, and we were questioning the draft, and while that still might be of some argument after 10-15 minutes, but so far it looks really good, as Dead Corporal is finding a lead for himself towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, and he's doing a fantastic job. But guys, before we head back into the action, we're going to take a very short break before everything resumes.
Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel and B, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the lead and I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You not got a cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm finding my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. Right on the way 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 to the top. Did it, I did it, I did it. I'm going in, got me like woo. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut the knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, just tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel and be the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, 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 can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all they got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the letter I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not got a cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm finding my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give it all they got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 Did it, I did it, I did it. I'm going in, got me like woo! Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Really haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, just tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel and be the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, 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 can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all they got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip these. The legend, I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Still an attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition. I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut the knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop.
Welcome back, guys. Apologies for the delay as there was some technical issue, but we are back and we will be jumping into the game pretty shortly as I believe it was 4-1 in favor of Kakao Gaming. Of course, we have lost some sort of pace, it has to be said, but let's see if these teams are still unaffected by it, by the toss. It can, by the pause, excuse me, it can be a little bit of a tilter, honestly. Having played the game myself, but we are back and the situation at the top side of the map still looks the same, but Dead Corporal just getting these plates won as Infi is going to pick up his blue buff. The Rage Blade has been completed for the Kog'Maw after getting the kill onto Lotus right there, and the dragon is upon us pretty soon, Madness.
Yeah, dragon spawning in around 30 seconds time. Top side just looking the same old. Copy, 2 kills on the board. Kog'Maw, 2 kills on the board. The Ginsu has been completed by him. The Kraken completed by the Vayne. 33 stacks left in the cull, now already going down to 30 mark. But Drake coming up, this is where the teams are going to be going for the next skirmish. You can see that visions are being fought for. Infi coming with the sweeper will clear some out over here. Love to have just put down the road. Sadly, as I say, by the way, he's walking very forward. He has the teams backing. Kog'Maw is very interestingly on the flank this way. Lotus is trying to catch him out. Maybe a condemn against the wall would have been good over there, but unfortunately just not in the range. Sam dishing out some damage while clearing up his own vision for himself. Drake now started up by the side of S8UL, and you can see they are 4-man deep. The side of the top lane. You do have RTO with TP. Trintamar not running the traditional TP for himself, so now copy.
I'm not a fan of this, honestly.
Infi gets it. Nice rumor shuffle, gets 3 members onto that side, but that dragon has gone down. Damage coming out from Sam. Sam left completely untouched in the backlines. Catbot just pushed against the wall, ends up going down. The flash forward by Sam, maybe to try to catch on to Kratos over here, but Kratos does manage to escape by burning his own flash. So that's a 2-0 in favor of Kakao, but it's Drake that's going over to Soul.
Yeah, but it's still 1-1 in terms of Drakes, and I'm not a big fan of this fight that was engaged by the side of S8UL. The call, especially when you decide to take this dragon, I think it's very risky, especially in front of Wukong, who has 1 item. The Azir as well, who gets the Shurima shuffle in, gets in 3-man knockup right there. Sam is untouched throughout the fight. As the crescent slash is misdirected by Infi, and this was always going to end like this. I think S8UL got really lucky losing only 2 members and securing the dragon, so I'm not sure if they will be calling word to that, as they do find themselves almost 4,000 gold behind at 15 minutes. But yeah, having said that, I'm not a big fan of that fight. I don't think that should have happened at all from the side of S8UL, especially looking at the items. No boots for the Vayne. Right now, 0-2 Infi, 0-2 Catbot is very uncharacteristic of them, and Kakao Gaming just having a really good time on the Rift so far. 3-0 and 1 for copy on the Wukong. W being the supportive staff right now, it seems like, and the bot difference has been pretty substantial so far. The Brom blind coming in the draft phase, we were a bit critical of that, but I think it's working really well for him. The TP was up for RTO, who decided not to use it, as he would lose his turret surely towards the top side of the map. And yeah, advantage Kakao Gaming.
And yeah, such a good streamer shuffle coming in from W. Separates three members, isolates it completely. Sam left completely untouched on the back lines. Goes completely in Kakao's favor just for the fact, Drake goes down. And yeah, bit uncanny to see that, or unlikely to see that Catbot and Infi are the ones 0-2 down from their side. The Vayne I honestly thought should have maybe built the Berserker Greaves even before the Kraken coming in, because you need that added movement speed and added attack speed earlier on for the side of a ADC like Vayne. But now Kog'Maw is very happy. He's already like 40% onto his next item as well. Maybe going to be the Rage Blade, maybe going to be the Wit's End as well.
Junglers are here, Madness. I think it's going to be a fight.
As Infi is jumping in over as well. He's going to get locked up, but he does have his ultimate to provide some space. Copy ends up going shutdown, picked up by Lotus. He's not done. Sam is getting punished. He's probably going to end up going down, especially with Catbot from down, lands that onto him. Love to being forced to flash away just to get away with his life. So a good turnaround coming in for S8UL right here, and this is the kind of momentum or kind of plays they need to come back into this match.
Oh yeah, 100%. Really big shutdown going over to Lotus. Let's get a replay of that quickly, and you'll see his movement right there. As Infi is first to join this fight, actually getting that counter engage, just pushing off everyone from the side of Kakao Gaming right there as the TP comes in from Catbot. And look at the movement from Lotus, dodging the Braum Q, the ultimate from Huek connects as he's able to get that shutdown bounty onto the Kog'Maw, and Lotus survives with a sliver of his health as the Kog'Maw passive comes in, and a 2-0 for the side of S8UL, and still some fight left in them as the gold lead will go down substantially. That was previously almost 4,000, now it's only 2,000 as the Rift Herald has been started from the side of S8UL. I think this will be their third objective on the map, and that's going to get the stack as well. But still no feats yet. We can see the bot pressure coming in. Catbot does not have flash. I think he has misstepped right here. Maybe he can trade a kill. It doesn't look like that's going to happen. Love2 needs to tank this turret. I'm not sure what he is trying to do there, as Sam might end up going down. Sam needs to be really careful here. I think that dive was very badly played from the side of Kakao Gaming, and they are still at it. Finally get the kill and the turret. That's going to be feats, I'm sure, for them, as Infi is able to just never mind, the feats actually was secured by S8UL as they were able to get the first turret first towards the mid side of the map. So I think that was pretty close, and I really think that dive was just so poorly played from the side of Kakao Gaming.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see over here that Catbot just buys so much time, right? And they left Sam over there. I really wanted Love2 to tank it. If they end up getting the dive earlier on, they get the turret, they get the feats, but instead, Catbot buys so much time for his team. It allows them to pick up the mid-tier 1, allows them to pick up the feats of strength, and surely but slowly, Kakao making some mistakes, and S8UL completely grasping on it like they mean no other, and are clawing their way slightly back into the match. RTO has taken Dead Corporal all the way back to Brazil, but Dead Corporal will survive, will channel his ultimate, and pops the ghost just to get out as well. Copy walking into a bit of an ambush. Infi is locked up, does clone and get away. That's all that she wrote for that fight going there. Drake coming, Drake is alive, right? So this is what these guys are fighting for. You can see copies a bit on that side, getting the wave pushed in, so that the side of S8UL, someone has to go back and answer that wave instead of them. On the bot side, you can see Lotus is just still going for his farm. Kog must come back with some more items in his pocket, but now Drake fight might get started. Drake getting pulled quite a bit, but S8UL don't want to give this up for free. They are going to be challenging this, and Infi is walking very dangerously close by, but it's being chunked very low. They have to go for like a miracle steal, but no, it's going to be Copy just securing the second Drake of the game of Kakao Gaming for them.
Yeah, and they weren't even able to contest that, as never mind, W decides to go in. I think that's a huge mistake. I don't think you can afford to do that, as Lotus is going to go down. Azir follows up as well. The fight still goes on. RTO getting tagged by the Braum is barely going to survive. Catbot gets his second kill, could get his third kill right here as well of the fight. There you go, he does that. Sam forced to burn his flash. This could be a quarter for Catbot just like that, and there you go. A huge mistake from the side of W. I'm not sure what he was trying to do after getting that dragon. You don't need to be that fancy on the Azir in trying to get those 3-4 man knockups, but that's exactly what he tried, and his team are going to pay massively for that, as the Atakan will be picked up as well for the side of S8UL. And these sort of over engages is not something the Kakao Gaming wants to do. It's a good engage, but I'm not sure if it's required at all. When you jump into 5 people, you are writing your own death warrant. And as an Azir, you need a lot of uptime, and that's exactly what didn't happen. And Catbot gets the quadra for himself.
Yeah, and it was a completely unnecessary fight. There's no objective to fight. You've already taken the Drake. Just get out with it at that point. You don't have to, force, as you said, a pretty unnecessary fight. You're letting the side of S8UL claw their way back into the game, and they're going to punish these kind of mistakes if you're going to make it. You're giving a man like Catbot 4 kills in very quick succession, a quadra kill, and that gives so much more needed gold into his pocket. Before that, he was 1 and 3 on the way. Now, Love to has stepped quite a bit forward. Trinta's going to be close by to help him out, and now Mordekaiser might be in a bit of trouble, but no. The side of S8UL back away. Kakao, don't pursue it any further, and now slow down a bit. But talking terms of goal lead now down to a 1k lead only for Kakao right now after the tremendous start that they had. The Kog'Maw, who was pretty much invincible in the bot side, has already died 3 times as well. Talking about itemization, the Terminus completed from the Kog'Maw, so it's going to do a lot of damage, get a lot of resistance for himself. Vayne opted from the Kraken into the Ginsu, is pretty much more of the typical Vayne build. It's pretty strong. Hui has the Horizon Focus completed, the Blackfire Torch, 2 more Amplifying Tones, and yes, I think as you said, W in that fight, completely unnecessary to actually initiate it with the Shurima Shuffle. And a copy might look like it picked up, but very smartly clones over the wall, gets away from any sort of trouble. Almost all members of S8UL over here as the Mord walks towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, and you wonder how many of these mishaps can Kakao Gaming get away with, as they still hold the goal lead, but now it's very minimal. It's only a 1000 gold lead, as the second items have also come in for almost all of these carries and champions from the side of S8UL. And I do feel Dead Corporal needs to come into the game now with still 0 kill participation in what has been a high kill game so far. So he really needs to connect, and maybe if he's not going to join the team fights, at least get the turrets. Because so far, and it was looking bleak for the side of RTO previously, but look at the CS gap, right? It's only 30 CS, and at 23 minutes, I don't think that matters too much, especially when he has gotten himself 3 assists to his name, still deathless, and that's exactly what RTO does. He's not going to win the lane, but he is just going to be so efficient and just he's just going to be annoying. Basically, he's going to take you out of the game if you're playing against him, and you're playing his game essentially at that point, and that's exactly what's happening.
And he's basically a wall that's impossible to break, like the unbreakable wall defense of the side of S8UL. Like, he's not going to usually end up winning his lane, but he's not going to end up losing it too hard either. Like, only behind in CS didn't give up a kill to the Trinda, to Dead Corporal, who put a tremendous amount of pressure on him earlier on. And now Copy, the man who was doing phenomenally for himself, as well as the Kog'Maw, falling slightly behind. Gold lead still at around that 1k margin, and you can see Drake going to be coming up at 40 seconds time. That's what teams want to play for. Baron also coming up in around 40 seconds. So these are 2 macro objectives coming up on the map. It's interesting to see how they want to play against it. Dead Corporal is going to meet into RTO over here. RTO with a bonk onto his head, and Dead Corporal doesn't mind that whatsoever.
Yeah, because he's just going to get that Grom heal up as well, but the setup is here for the side of Infi. Burns the Brom flash. I don't think that's going to matter too much, but of course, burning any flash is worth it. They do have the push towards the bot side and the mid lane as well, so Kakao Gaming needs to stabilize these lanes first if they are going to contest the Dragon, as the vision game looks to be on point for the side of S8UL. And there you go, finally Dead Corporal has approached the Dragon Pit right here, is going to shove the mid lane as well that we were just speaking about. The poke has started to come in. W going to get tagged by the ultimate, but the huge flank from the side of Copy. Let's see if he's able to find any knockups. Infi is going to get knocked out, but Copy ends up dying near instantly. Dead Corporal is in the fight, trying to get a kill, but he's not able to turn on his ultimate, and this is a disaster for the side of Kakao Gaming, as double kill will be picked up for the side of Catbot, a triple kill for the Vayne. That's going to be an ace, losing only 1 member out, and that's going to be Baron as well, along with the Dragon. And yet again in the team fights, We get to see what S8UL is all about. The carry is just playing perfectly. And a lot of misplays actually coming out. If you see, W still has his flash, still has his ult. The Dead Corporal was not able to use his ultimate at all, so that was not what they were hoping for, and now it's a disaster for the side of Kakao Gaming.
And you can see in this replay over here, Copy comes to the flank, but there is no support. He's going to get junked down before he even pops his R. Pops it, he gets condemned with the wall. Lotus picks up that kill, and now it's just a bit of a split fight. Dead Corporal goes in the backline. He gets popped as well before he can even go in the Undying range, and that's a complete misstep coming in from Kakao. The ideas were good, the execution absolutely not. Completely 180 of the kind of series you're going for over there. And S8UL have definitely climbed back into this match. A 3k goal lead for themselves right now. Catbot 7-3-3 from the position of being 1-3 is an amazing turnaround. Lotus also doing so well, 5-3-4, has the Ginsus completed, has the Kraken working up as well, maybe towards the wits end. No, more working up to maybe something else. But you can see the Kog'Maw is going with Sen for himself, essentially over here. They're trying to catch out RTO, but this is not the guy you really want to mess with at this point, because he will fight you around, he will pull a lot of attention away to himself, and Dead Corporal, being very sure of that, just gets away. Nothing much can be done. Top side, you can see the Vayne melee putting pressure on the turret. The Azir is going to be backing away from it. He's going to give it up. So now you can see where the dominance of S8UL comes out. They're so resilient, even when they were so far behind earlier on. It did not deter them. One clean team fight where Catbot gets the quadra kill completely changed the outcome of how this matchup was looking. But W goes in completely with the Shreya shuffle. That's Lotus going to be going on a rampage, and Sam has to run for the hills. Lotus is not done. Here comes the snipe from Catbot. Does a bit of damage, but not enough to finish off the little Kog'Maw. But yes, W having a bit of a disaster with some of these Shreya shuffles.
Yeah, I'm not really too impressed by the Azir that we have seen so far from him in both the games, actually yesterday as well. But this one there, you got Dead Corporal gets stunned towards the wall, still going to hold on to his ultimate as the top third turret is going to go down, the inhib turret that is. And this might be an inhibitor as well for the side of S8UL, as they don't want to let off this pressure right now. Catball still has his ultimate up, as Love 2 might end up going down. The ultimate is going to miss from the side of Catbot, as Poppy decides to go in, is going to end up dying as well. Dead Corporal falling pretty low, uses the Undying range, but I don't think it's going to matter too much. He ends up dying as well, and I think this is going to be game 1 for the side of S8UL as they clean up all the kills right here. Sam does not have flash, but is going to walk away. W uses the flash to get out, gets the shutdown onto Infi, barely survives there. Has to recall and go back, as well as another strike is going to come in from the side of Catbot on this way. And they are chunking these turrets slowly but surely, and I think this will be the end of the game unless W can pull off some sort of a magical play right here. Is not able to finish off Lotus, who is going to heal himself. RTO is here as well. W goes in, might end up dying yet again, uses his shuffle, gets the shutdown onto the wave, but he's going to end up dying as well, as Love 2 looking to stack up onto the Mordekaiser is going to connect his knock up as well. Sam going to pick that one, it looks like, but the damage has been done from the side of S8UL, as they are going to just respawn, buy their items, and look to end this game.
It's a naked base right now for the side of Kakao Gaming that have to keep in their mind, given Drake is spawning up. Any backdoors can pretty much end the game over here. Complete lackluster performance from Kakao after such an excellent start to the game. And S8UL completely turning this game on its head. Lotus doing phenomenally in these team fights, kiting very well, already has Terminus, already building up towards, his Jackshaw as well. So he's going to be even much more harder to kill these team fights. And Dead Corporal on this Tryndamere did good in lane, but after than that, it has been completely lackluster for him. He gets condemned against the wall, the Undying range gets popped, so that's not going to be available for this Drake fight. That's going to start in around 20 seconds time. I think Kakao Gaming completely going to give this up, going to let S8UL get onto Cloud Soul point, because I don't think there's much you can do, especially with the Azir Shreya shuffle being down. Azir pretty much on the other side of the map, and the shuffles have been hit and miss, mostly miss, and that is what she wrote about this. The Mord, RTO, pretty much the back line, but just Catbot and this Vayne are just monsters right now in terms of DPS they deal.
Oh yeah, 100%. We were looking for the late game. Now it has finally arrived for the side of S8UL. And Kakao Gaming as well. They have a lot of scaling champions, but again, falling so far behind, especially being so far ahead as well in the early game. They were doing pretty well, except for the team fights that just happened. And now look at the items as well, right? 3 item Vayne running at you. Can't really do too much about it. Kratos, of course, goes under the radar as he always does. 0, 0, and 17. So 100% kill participation for that guy in the bot lane and 0 death. So he has played a phenomenal game so far, showing us his efficiency on the enchanters as well. Doing really well as the siege continues. Someone needs to push that mid wave from the side of S8UL if they are going to pressure both the sides of the map. As we can see Lotus moving towards that side, the inhib is open in the mid lane, so just get the wave as well, guys, and let's make it a quick game out of this game one.
Yeah, and they are going to be pushing in all sides. They probably want to get the Baron and then go for the end, maybe play safer. But this is S8UL. They are not known for playing as a safe team. They're known for playing for their aggression. They're going to pick up the inhibitor in the mid lane. The bot tier 3 is short to follow as well. You see the Wukong going in, but instantly has to clone out and get out of that exchange. This turret is not long for this world. Ends up going down 1 or 2 more autos, but no. They do not finish it off just quite about it. They want to get more waves in, get it out. You can see that the rest of Kakao have to answer the top wave that's coming in with the super minions. And every single side super minions are going to be coming in once this inhibitor goes down from the side of Kakao Gaming. And there's not much that they can do. They're just spectators in their own base.
Yeah, and this is really smart from the side of S8UL. I mean, they would have preferred to secure that inhibitor, but I think they're just going to reset, walk up towards the Baron, take that. I don't think Kakao Gaming can contest that objective anymore, as Jackshaw is going to come in for the Vayne. So she is very tanky right now, and looks like Kakao Gaming actually are going to be the one to start this Baron off. That's a really good call coming out from the side of Kakao Gaming. I have to say, just really against the run of play, just going to pick up this Baron right now. That is exceptional shot calling. Let's see if they can get away from this, if anyone can survive, as Poppy is going to flash out. Catbot uses his Zonya. Sam is going to end up dying. W going to pay for his mistakes as well, as he overstepped his bounds. Dead Corporal uses the Undying Rage to get away from a very sticky situation. Don't kill Kratos. His KDA looks really nice as he goes 0-0 and 19. So a 3 for nothing, and this could be more as Braum is able to recall, but I think that's the end of the game. So it was a really good call from the side of Kakao Gaming, but I don't think that matters too much in the grand scheme of things. Anyhow, S8UL is still going to end this game with or without Baron, and that is going to be game 1 in this banger series already. And yeah, just a very competitive game as we had expected.
Yeah, and it was a competitive game. Kakao came out of the gate swinging, but lost their steam halfway through the game. And S8UL did definitely pounce on that. Traditionally, the side that does win it against this matchup has ended up winning at least game 1 over here. Lotus doing very good on his champion. Catbot with that quadra kill did well as well. And yeah, but surely but slowly came back into the game. They played a phenomenal part. Pretty much every single player in this game had a rough start, but came back at a very high pace. And once they themselves started building up steam, they did not make mistakes that Kakao made earlier on. They ended up closing it out in pretty dominating fashion towards the end of this game, and take us all the way to the game to 1-0 in the lead of the series. And Kakao Gaming have to think a bit about how they want to play the mid to late game, because the early game went pretty phenomenal for them.
Yeah, it really did. I think except for that team fight where W goes in and thinks, to Shurima shuffle a couple of these champions, is able to do so, but I don't think that was required at all. I think till that point, the game was being won the side of Kakao Gaming. So they will be looking at these small adjustments, maybe in the draft as well. We both spoke about how we weren't a big fan of the Trinamerica Cup, and it showed in the game as well. Quite ineffective. Yeah, he did win the lane very dominantly, but I think that was about what Dead Corporal could do on that champion. Maybe the Gwen or something else would have done a better job there. So things to change for both sides, I would say. But even S8UL can look at the early game and think better of it as well, especially the laning phase where we did see Lotus getting 2v2 killed there. So I think a lot of improvements for both the sides, but for now S8UL is going to secure that game one on the back of their phenomenal team fights. And for the side of Kakao Gaming, the shenanigans could come in anytime now. Anyone could be playing any role. So I think we will buckle up for this game too. That's going to come in a couple of minutes.
And exactly as you said, when Kakao Gaming ends up losing maybe one game in the series, it's, as you said, role swaps come into play. They, mess up a bit of how the draft goes around. It becomes a bit of a chaotic, controlled chaotic situation for them. And that's where they do love to flourish. And I think, like you said, I think that first Shurima shuffle where it messed up their engage, that's where it was the downfall of Kakao started coming from the side. And maybe if that didn't happen, even in the top side, we saw, W missed one of his Shurima shuffles. He was not having the best time on the Azir. And like you said, Tryndamere did phenomenal in lane, but had little to no impact in the team fights. That's where the Gwen.
I think that was about it, right?
Absolutely.
He got like 40-50 CS for himself. Exactly. Sorry to cut you off, but that's about it. 40-50 CS ahead, and that discrepancy was minimized from the side of RTU as well, as he was like 20-30 CS behind, but he was very effective in the team fight. So I think you can't really shut down RTU, so you have to ban his champions instead of giving him his comfort, because that man is happy to lose the laning phase if you give him the chance to win the game, and that's exactly what he does.
Like you said, exactly, point for point, like he will play his losing lane. He doesn't mind it whatsoever because he knows how much utility he brings to team fights. He takes people away to Brazil with the mod. Such a comfort pick for him, pretty much most top laners. And you're giving it to him for free. He's going to take that any day and run away with it. Dead Corporal, he got a CS lead, couldn't do much with it, couldn't do much split pushing either. That's what you want to do on the Tryndamere, that side, but unfortunately did not come to fruition, did not allow it, because Kakao fell behind quite a bit after the mid-game stage, and he was always having to be there in the team fights, not available, for the split push personality, and he has to, walk there, while as, Mord can, split push himself, just TP into fights and become a big factor that way. So macro being played good from S8UL later on. The team fights potential coming much better for them. Lotus doing a phenomenal job. Kratos doing a phenomenal job. Even Catbot, a huge turnaround for him. We've started with that 1-3 start from him to that quadra kill to, the way he's finished the game. Phenomenal coming out for them. It's almost reminiscent of that game 5 in qualifier 1.
Yeah, 100%. I think the whole team performed quite well, even if the score, card does not speak about it. And as we look at it, S8UL 1, Kakao 0. For now, it's a best of 3. So I think that this might go to all 3 games, honestly. But let's have a look. Turrets 11-3 for the side of S8UL, as they did end up winning the game. The Dragons 3-2. No Elder Dragons were spawned. The Barons were split 1-1, but the only time Kakao got it, they ended up losing the game. The Rift Herald, of course, picked up from the side of S8UL. So did the Void Grubs and the Atakan on the back of their team fighting. So this was game 1, guys, and it was a very close affair. 34 minutes game. So I mean, that just speaks volumes to how closely these teams are matched, and any sort of mistakes from either side is punished quite heavily. And yeah, I think S8UL will be sitting quite comfortably as we look at the MVP for game 1. And I mean, you don't see supports getting MVPs a lot in our scene, but when you get the perfect KDA 0-0 and 20, being part of 20 out of 21 kills, I think that's just phenomenal gameplay coming out from the side of Kratos in supporting his carries and the jungler. This is the guy who makes the difference in this role, and it's really great to see supports getting the the recognition that they deserve.
And yeah, you have to say it like that, because we used to see Kratos before, like say 6 months back, always on that support engage, but now he's switched over to Enchanter so brilliantly well, does phenomenally on it. So such a well-rounded support coming in for like a team like S8UL, and it backs the firepower that they have. He was a pretty good backbone. So when you have support players like Kratos, when you have top laners like RTU, it lets your mid Catbot, lets Lotus flourish, and that's exactly what you want in a team like this. But guys, we will be heading into game 2, but before that, guys, we'll be taking a very short break.
Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, just hug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the boys. I feel like Joel and be the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the letter I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. And I got a cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 Did it, I did it, I did it. I'm going in. Got me like, woo. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, just hug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the boys. I feel like Joel and be the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to.
Guys, we are back with League of Legends, Legends Ascent South Asia. We are on Day 2, Game 2 of Week 1 over here. And Kakao, playing against Asterix. Kakao did play in day one as well, did manage to do a 2-0 that day, but unfortunately here have fallen behind in the series 0-1 right now. Asterix leading the series, and the first game
S8UL.
was it was a side of S8UL. So apologies for that. But yes, S8UL came back after a bit of a shaky start to the game, and finished off the game in pretty S8UL fashion for their sake, because that's how they usually like to end their games, pretty fast, and in a pretty dominating statement, because I think Kakao has to work on managing when they have the leads and maybe trying finishing out the games there.
Yeah, you give them the lead, I think they're just going to take the game away from you. And that's exactly what happened. You can never be too comfortable against S8UL. And it was on display completely there. 4,000 goal lead for the side of Kakao Gaming, but they were not able to close the game. Or get any significant leads elsewhere. So I think that played a huge part. As we jump into the champ select of game number 2, S8UL will be on the red side for this one. As we can see, the blue side is currently occupied from Kakao Gaming. Lucian going to get banned. Kled, of course, as always, follows suit. And now let's see what comes in. The Syndra is going to get banned, so that tells me the Victor should be a priority pick for the side of Kakao Gaming. So wouldn't be surprised if S8UL decides to ban that champion on their own. So let's see how that goes.
Yeah, and you can see a bit of coming in for the side that Love to is still on the support. Sam's coming in very happy. He did play pretty okay in the early stages, but fell behind later on. S8UL dominating against it. But the Diana ban, pretty good one against a man like Dead Corporal, very well known for playing it. Even W can play it, even Copy can pick it up. So a very flexible champion gets banned out for the side of S8UL. The Pantheon also won't be able to be seeing the Rift for the side of S8UL. But this makes complete sense given, Dead Corporal almost had an MVP-like performance on his Diana when it was left open to him. So teams doing their homework, going for more targeted bans later on in the first stage of banning. The Copy's never going to see the clear. Let's just be honest about this. He's just never going to be allowed it. They just don't know if a role reversal is coming out, if Copy's going in the top side as well, because this is what Kakao Gaming does when their backs are against the wall. They pull out that role swaps, and that is, a signature pretty much from this team right now. So last ban that comes in is going to be the Victor, while we had to see the first pick, and instantly the Renekton picked up for Dead Corporal.
Yeah, the Renekton comes in. I'm not sure of, why that was picked up so early on. Maybe to just deny it from the side of RTO, who I still think would have just picked up anything else. As the Katarina is going to get hovered, wouldn't be surprised if it gets logged in, but I don't think that's going to come in blind at all. The Jarvan is still up. I think that could be of some use for the side of S8UL, as they have prioritized it before, but the Lulu is going to get logged in. Was banned from the side of S8UL in the previous game. The Victor is, of course, banned, as we spoke about earlier. This should be a jungler coming in. Let's see which one it is. The Lulu is quite flexible for the side of S8UL. They do play it in the mid lane as well. Catbot has been playing that quite a lot in the solo queue as the Jarvan comes in. Now it's on Copy to answer against the Jarvan. Let's see what he is going to pick up for himself, and for the side of W as well. I'm not sure what he's going to decide to pick up. So maybe we see some sort of role swaps coming in, as these guys can always just change their roles and then be comfortable that way. As the Caitlyn is going to come in, so could be Ghana, could be a Lux pickup coming in pretty soon for the side of Love too. Against the Lulu, I think you would want to play as rangy, or you can just go all in as well. So let's see what he decides to pick up for himself.
Yeah, and Caitlyn locked in for Sam. Very good in terms of lane bullying. The Bard picked up alongside. Very interesting when the Lux Morgana is still open, but that's what Love 2 wants to lock in for himself. So that's Kakao's bot lane and top picked up for them. Now it's up to see what S8UL want to answer back with over here. They can pick up their ADC at this point and then move on forward, because the Bard is very interesting. But it's gonna be RTO on that Aatrox that gets locked in against the Renekton top side. Talk to me a bit more about this matchup over here, Kaka.
Yeah, I do think actually the Renekton wins out in the early game quite strongly and has more avenues as well. But the Aatrox, of course, a favorite of RTO, and I don't think he will mind that at all. He is more of a team fighting champion and as a player himself. So I do like that for the side of S8UL and RTO. If he can get the lead towards the top side of the map, I think that's going to be good for him. I really like the Bard pickup coming in. You can always, place your trap on the Bard ultimate, and that is almost guaranteed headshot every time, as the Poppy is going to get banned. The Annie will see the banning phase as well, but I don't think Akshaj is short of any champion there. So it would have been better if they were targeting the ADC, as the Zeri is still up, goes well with the Lulu, the Jinx is still up. So I think these are the sort of bans that I would have looked forward to, as the Elise is going to get banned as well in the jungle. Surprising, but I'm not too sure actually. Maybe Dead Corporal decides to play jungle, right? So they are sort of countering the shenanigans that might come out from the side of Kakao Gaming. As I said, UL looks for their AD carry now.
They are turning. The Jinx was the last ban from the side of Kakao Gaming. Excellently done there, because Jinx Lulu pretty deadly combo in the bot side. Any enchanter pretty much with the Jinx does a lot. But it's going to be Lotus locking in the Severe for himself. We're usually getting to see a lot of Severe even in pro play across regions, because of just how the fearless draft works, and the best of 5, it does get to the point where you have to pick certain champions like that. But the Jax hover right now, not sure about that. I don't think the Jax is going to go into the jungle. You have way more better options for yourself right now, but they are still hovering that. Pretty sure it's going to be a change to the end. But no, it's going to be the Jax locked in. Copy did well with the Jax, got an MVP on himself in day 1 as well. But this time it's going to be the Jax in the jungle. So interesting to see how they want to play that. Any thoughts about Jack's jungle in perchance here, Kaka?
Yeah, I think Jack's jungle can be fine. But the comp that they're against, I don't think it's a great pickup. I would have really liked to see something else. Maybe the VA God, maybe the Sejuani could have come in for the side of Dead Corporal. We have seen him play that champion as well to really beautiful usage, as the Aurora is going to get locked. And so that this team comp again is everywhere for the side of Kakao Gaming, especially with the Jax jungle coming in, and the Silas is going to get logged in for the side of S8UL and Akshaj, a very, very comfortable champ for him. And if you just look at the team comp, right, I do think S8UL still have gotten themselves the better end of this affair again, especially in the team fights. You have so many avenues. You have the engage, you have the enchant, you have a lot of damage and wave clear sitting on this Sivir. So I do think S8UL have done really well again in getting the sort of draft that they wanted. And Kakao Gaming, they are sort of a wonky team with their wonky draft. So it's not a surprise. It's all going to come down to how they end up playing it. Maybe they get the leads for themselves, but it they did so in the last game as well. But in the team fight, S8UL was just able to turn around any sort of goal leads, and it didn't really matter much. So I think we can expect more of the same things happening in this one as well. And I do feel S8UL should be favored.
Yeah, and now we see Dead Corporal on a much more traditional top laner compared to the Tryndamere, right? And definitely one more favorite over here. As you said, very aggressive early on in lane, and you don't utilize a lot against RTO, but RTO did not mind that whatsoever. Piece of the Aatrox to copy Jax. That's a very good talking point, because I think also, like you were saying, way more junglers still open to it, but I think he's just going for his comfort right now, because we've seen him on the Jax. He is pretty deadly, but that's when he was in the top lane. And like you said, a bit of a wonky draft from Kakao Gaming, but like you said as well, a completely wonky team. They make things work that we don't think will ever work. Even last game we were doubting their draft quite a bit, but they won earlier on and they did phenomenally, but they just could not close it out with that goal lead that they built for themselves. A couple of bad fights definitely went completely S8UL's favor, and that's where the game started drag away from them. Akshaj on this Silas is probably looking for that solo lane aggression that he's very well known for in our region. Like, he is probably the most aggressive laner and is the guy who likes to assert dominance over there. You see him time and time again picking up the first bloods, and I think with the Hue, where he was a bit behind earlier on, 0-2 kind of status, 1-3 kind of status, he's still, I think, with this Cyrus, he will be looking for more to go on. I really want to see how Lotus does with Kratos on the bot side with the Severe, because you do have a poke against the Severe, especially with your Ricochet, so maybe that's how you neutralize the bullying that you'll be facing over there. But all in all, like you, Kaka, I'm favoring a bit towards the side of S8UL Esports' draft, a bit towards their side in this game number 2 coming in over here. But guys, make sure that you show support to whichever team you are supporting in the chat. Team members do look at it from time to time, and you give your opinions on who do you guys think have the better draft and what do you think could have been done better from either side. But that being said, these are the champs locked in for game 2. Mind you, S8UL are up in the series 1-0 against Kakao Gaming in this best of 3.
Yeah, and just we are just waiting to see who comes out on top in this game, right? I think this could go to 3 as well, but with the sort of draft that S8UL have gotten for themselves, again, so many comfort picks. I don't think that should ever happen, right? 8 rocks on RTO. I think we have seen that many times before. J4 we keep talking about for Enfi. I think that's his one of the top 3 champions. I mean, the guy can play the whole champ pool and he will be comfortable. But J4 is one of his better champions for sure. We've seen Akshajan Silas getting solo kills left and right. And for the bot lane, especially how Kratos performed in that game 1 on an Enchanter on the Milio 0-0 and 20, got the MVP for himself, getting the Lulu this time around with a hyper carry. I think it's just comfort all throughout the map for the side of S8UL, and that bothers me quite a lot. If I'm Kakao Gaming, I wouldn't want the defending champions to be comfortable at all. I want to make it very destructive, but I don't think that's the sort of thing that's going to happen in this game.
And a point to be noted for the people who just tuning in or just getting to Legends and South Asia, it's very important S8UL does a clean sweep, because that guarantees them all the 3 points. Even if they give one game over to the side of Kakao, that means they only end up with 2 points, and that matters a lot in the leaderboard later on, going in to the final stages of this tournament, who qualifies for those playoffs. So a lot to be said. Each game is worth fighting for, and that's exactly what I also fear for the side of S8UL. They have such comfort-based things that they have had standalone performances on before, and Kakao Gaming pretty much gave it to them and have themselves have a bit of a wonky comp. Let's see if they can work it out, and if they do get an early lead, how well they do to preserve it and finish out the game.
Yeah, and we have seen Copy play his Jax, right? But that was in the laning, top lane. In the jungle, I'm not too convinced about the pick in itself, especially against the Jarvan, who can get out and does provide more when it comes to team fights and everything. But having said that, we are going to find out who's going to take this game 2 as we jump onto the Rift in the second game between Kakao Gaming and S8UL. And let's see if it goes to all 3. I think that's going to be pretty interesting, and how the drafts come into effect as well in this one.
Yeah, because this will be a lot. It is 1-0 to the side of S8UL in this best of 3 right now, as we shortly hop into the Rift and we see what is installed for us, because it was looking a lot like Kakao Gaming's favorite game 1 earlier on, but S8UL resilient, came back, no mistakes later on, finish out the game. But that being said, we're heading straight into game 2 of this best of 3 series between S8UL and Kakao Gaming. Both sides have switched over. Kakao Gaming now on the blue side and S8UL on the red side. I think Infi left base in a bit of a hurry, went back, picked up his item, and then is now walking back into his jungle.
Yeah, listen, that can happen. As long as you realize
Exactly.
you have sort of messed up, it's fine. Very interesting. Catbot actually running the Ignite, so he wants the full laning pressure. He wants to get those solo kills that we talked about in the draft phase, and he's going to think of getting as many kills as he can as he uses the dash and chain onto W. Not going to get a good trade right there. Loses around 25% of his health. And it's a very difficult matchup. The Ignite might make it better, but the Aurora just usually smashes the lane when it comes to this matchup.
Yeah, and Catbot, as recalled, will be walking back to lane just slightly behind his minion wave. RTO and Dead Corporal teasing on the top side, but RTO, unfortunately, eats a turret shot, and Dead Corporal is emoting about that because, like, why are we eating turret shots? Lotus is the one putting down a ward later on over here. He might get caught out of it. W is putting some pressure on the electrocute, gets proc. That's a lot of damage on him heading into lane. Now he has to go for his own back, and he's going to start the laning phase very slowly. Love to is even going to try and cancel this. That's exactly what he does. Barrier getting popped by Lotus. A disastrous start for the bot lane of S8UL right now.
Yeah, I mean that's just not a great start. The Sever might have to use her bot. Maybe the Lulu can burn her heal to heal his Caitlyn up, and there you go. I mean, this matchup is just so scary for the Silas, who's running bone plating, by the way, but still takes such a heavy trade. W coming out on top, hits the level 2. Again, the E1 and 2 both going to miss out from the side of Catbot as he's not having the best time. RTO disconnects towards the top side as he's standing still. And in the early game, look at the CS in the bot lane, 12-0. I mean, it's such a bad start at 2.5 minutes for all the lanes. All 3 lanes, man, is just not doing well as it stands right now.
Absolutely. I think Severe's the one who got the most brunt of it, especially against a Caitlyn who is a bit lane bully side. Catbot does dash forward. Chains do connect on the invisible Aurora. He's going for some trade damage, but Catbot still is going to be lower on the HP mark side because of how he started out. But still getting a bit better. Copy is started from bot to top in his side. Infi going from top to bottom, so opposite side of the jungle. And maybe Infi can help out onto the Severe Lulu bot side because it is not good for them. Severe more than half behind in terms of CS against his counterpart, and we can see the Severe and RTO getting signals of disconnect, but they are still in the game. They are still going to continue over here. We get a moment to pause about. We do get to see the caps. You can see how far ahead Infi is in terms of tempo. That's where the Jax also doesn't come into play that much because Jax is now a bit far behind. He's going towards a lane that is already getting pushed in, while it's Infi probably walks towards Sam and Love to over here. Maybe looks like he's coming into the tri-bush. Sam has gone dangerously low. A flag and drag onto him will connect, but yes, the flash is a bit too late. The damage was already connecting, but the flash forward by Infi does claim the first blood for the side of S8UL, and very well played, and gives a bit of relief to Lotus now.
Yeah, I think that was very, very crucial towards the bot side of the map. Sort of over push coming in. I think they should have expected the gank as well. It is sort of that time around 3:30, 3:40 when, you know, the jungler picks up the scuttle crab and is looking for the gank, and it actually comes in for the side of Infi as he's able to pick up the first blood and burn both the summoners. Well, 3 summoners from the side of the enemy bot lane. So that just worked out really, really nicely for the side of S8UL as RTU actually might end up going down. He is trying to do something that, yeah, just a very clean dive coming in as Infi is able to pick up the Raptors. Never mind, W actually steals them away. The flag and drag might not be enough for Infi right here. Let's see if he's able to get out. He is going to, but my god, that was so risky from the side of Black Infinity.
Yeah, and he was in such a precarious situation because it did look like maybe a nice plug. It caught both members of Kakao and allowed him to escape, creating some distance. He gets out. Dead Corporal instantly TPs back to the top side after getting the kill. Trades very well with RTO, doesn't even end up taking dirt shots. Very well, nice, good spacing for him. Now bot side, still the pace going a bit more in Caitlyn's favor in terms of CS numbers. But now Lotus is not doing that bad, is still a level down on to Sam given the added XP that he had got earlier on, has picked up a cull on his first back, so he just wants to, you know, farm up a bit, get some more gold in his pocket, keep on going for those additional heals that you get with every single auto attack. But you can see Jax already had got a back and is coming back into his jungle, picked up some items. Infi hasn't back as of yet. He tried to go steal the chickens, but like you said, W is the one who ends up picking up, so it's a bit of a iffy situation for Infinity, but he at least did not end up dying over that. I think that's, you know, the silver lining.
Yeah, as you said, as RTO might actually end up going down, burns his flash is going to get answered by Dead Corporal, who hits level 6 first. And this is the sort of laning phase that we wanted from Dead Corporal right there. Or he's 21 CS side, going to get the plating as well towards the top side and gets the solo kill. I think RTO might have underestimated his counterpart right there. Misses the Q2 right there. Flashes into a very dangerous area and just ends up dying.
Yeah, and a bit of a misstep by RTO. Chains, yet again, not connected from Catbot to W, but he's doing a bunch of trades. Damage. Electrocute gets proc from the Aurora onto Catbot. The Silas has to, uh, tuck his tail between his backside and just, walk back in. But yeah, RTO not respecting that Dead Corporal hits that level 6 before him and pops the ultimate, goes in on the exchange, ends up dying second time this game after the dive that was initiated by Copy and Dead Corporal topside. Clean dive in that as well. So now you can see S8UL again, a bit of a shaky start to the game, but this has not deterred them before, did not deter them last game either. These are a team that even if on the back foot come out with domination. Infi might get caught with his own jungle, gets stunned against the wall, the counter strike gonna land. He doesn't have flash, mind you. This is a very dead Jarvan over here, but Catbot's going in. He does trigger his stolen ultimate as well, but he goes down. The chase do connect, but it's a bit too late. RTO's chasing the Bard, and he does end up picking the kill. W has to run away. W may be coming close so that Copy can lead strike towards him, but W might end up going down for the sins of his top lane. That's a double kill for RTO. The cleanup crew coming in clutch for S8UL.
Yeah, a 4 for 3. RTO actually might end up going down before. Never mind, Copy has to flash away from trouble. Soul Infi is going to come in, uses the flag and Dragon Cataclysm, finishes off the Jax right there. That's going to be a trade. Well, not a trade actually, but just a kill for him. 2-1 and 2 now, 100% kill participation. And we talked about RTO. I think the guy was 0-2, comes back in, joins the team fight, gets 2-2, and that is just amazing for him because he was falling quite behind. But Catbot on the other hand is still struggling, I would say, in this lane, although he is quite up in CS somehow. As the game is quite even, only a 500 gold difference, and the lead for the side of S8UL as Dead Corporal going to pick up another plate for himself. Maybe he's 2 levels ahead on the Aatrox now. That's going to shrink into 1 level difference, but still just a top mismatch so far.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about in the draft, the Revenant domination that comes out against Aatrox. Aatrox at least picks up those 2 kills when he's picking up the stranglers of the fight when Infi was caught out. That was a bit of relief for him, gets a bit more gold in his pocket. Dead Corporal is just going to come in onto RTO. RTO nicely pulls him back with his abilities, but Dead Corporal still going to pull it up the wave, push it towards him. RTO has to be careful if he wants to walk up, and Dead Corporal nicely freezing it towards a bit more side, letting his minions going to meet it over here. No, instead it's just going to be a matchup over that side. Love to makes his escape to the magic tunnel to this side. He was getting maybe surrounded by Catbot and Kratos, but no, makes a nice escape, does nicely. Now both bot laners have picked up a BF sword on their first back. Both are looking to make that Yuntals, but you can see the Caitlyn has the additional longsword and dagger in her pocket, so a bit more lethal in the lane. Great. Lotus gets electrocution proc. Look at this W clearing a ward, but might get caught out by Infi. Catbot is following close behind, but no. W keeps in mind of it, gets out of the position, lets his jungler know where he has spotted Infi, and with that information, let's see what Kakao can do, because Drake is now being started up. Sorry, Drake has been, the first Drake went over to S8UL, and the first 3 grubs, all 3 grubs basically went over to the side of Kakao.
Yep, and the dragon for the side of S8UL. So it was a trade as we see another dive coming in. Actually, flash burn from Catbot. Sam is going to do the same thing, but the Cataclysm comes in, and that's going to be 2 kills. The Bard ultimate actually stolen from Catbot is going to save all of them, and it's such a clean dive coming in. W uses his own ultimate, and the Renekton is here,
but he's
and he's massive. May he. Catbot going to die, it looks like. Never mind, he's going to just dash away, goes back in and ends up dying. I'm not sure that was the play, as RTO has come in as well, uses the World Ender, not able to get a reset as of yet. Copy burning his HP down, W gets that kill, and I think that was a bit of an overextension coming out from the side of S8UL.
And a huge misplay, I think, coming in from Cadball. I don't know why he's chaining and going back in when he's made a pretty clean escape. Maybe he thinks he heals back enough that he doesn't end up going down in the fight, but directed with a nice Q gets the kill for himself, for his, efforts of TPing here. RTO TPs here, ends up dying for his troubles. And Kakao Gaming still have the goal lead, even though it's a bit insignificant being around 300, 400, or 500 goal, but it's still a lead whatsoever. And RTO is way behind in terms of CS numbers compared to the Remington right now, and that is something you have to keep in mind because RTO burned the TP for nothing inside the bot side. The War Ender was proc, but he didn't get a reset, like you said, and now maybe catching a few stragglers on the top side in terms of minion. But Drake number 2 now being started up by the side of S8UL. I don't think Kakao have anything that is going down. I think he's going down before even Copy can make over. Copy very known for trying to go for the steals in these kind of matchups, but unfortunately, I don't think he's going to get the opportunity, at least for this Drake.
Yeah, as you said, I think that makes a lot of sense as the dragon has been started as we go into another pause well, hopefully not a big one this time around. And this gives us a chance to look at the scoreboard as well. 3 deaths onto RTO, half of his team's death right there. But he has been quite effective in these team fights, 2, 3, and 1. Bot lane with the disastrous start actually have found, and clawed their way back into the game with the help of their jungler Black Infinity, just doing as much as he can to provide assistance to his bot lane. 0, 2, and 1 for the side of Sam, who again we were speaking about it, 12-13 CS ahead at minute 2 to 0 of Lotus. So I think that was pretty well played from their side as well. And yeah, 6-6, it's a very close game, 17.7k each. You really can't differentiate between the two sides as it stands.
Yeah, both teams, overstayed in certain fights, S8UL especially in the bot side fight later on, making a couple of mistakes early, hitches in the matches. But yeah, much more close, at least early game, at least compared to game 1. Where Kakao had a slight significant lead for themselves. But now, as you said, very hard to differentiate them, pretty much on a knife's edge about which side this game is going to go. I think Catbot has to reel it in slightly a bit, especially with certain plays that he's going for just not working, at least right now in the current state that they are. RTO has to keep up against the Remington, and his TP play didn't do much. At least he got those 2 kills from the stragglers from the fight against Infi. And both teams, like you said, playing pretty phenomenal League of Legends right now between them, and I really can see the match going either way.
Yeah, you can't really call it right now, but I would say, an even game state for the side of S8UL is actually winning for them because they have the better scaling when it comes to the Sivir, when it comes to the Aatrox as well, who will do better in these team fights as the game goes on compared to the Renekton and especially the Lulu as well. Just a massive enchanter come the late game and can provide so much utility to the team as well. And just all in all, they have the better comp in terms of team fighting. So I think S8UL will be just fine. And add to that the number of objectives that they are able to get for themselves, getting the Void Grubs. Actually, that was picked up by the side of Kakao. Apologies for that, but that is going to be the second Drake for the side of S8UL. So as long as they can keep stacking the dragons, I think they are doing pretty well in this game.
Like you said, objective-wise, they're pretty on point right now, picking up this Drake for pretty much nothing. Copy's a bit slightly far away. The rest of his team's not close by, so they can't actually do anything. So pretty good coming in from there. And guys, we take this time to remind you about our social media. The links are in the description box below. Please make sure to join the LOL INSA Discord page as well. We have a lot of events from time to time. We have one currently running as well, Rift Rivals. But without any further ado, we're jumping right back into the match over here. It's a bit of a tricky situation. Infi locked up in the Bard ultimate. His flag was landed, but there was no drag. Unfortunately, that's the jungler of S8UL going down. Nice Aurora ultimate popped over here, but I don't think you're going to get much from it unless S8UL try to go back into this fight. But that was a bit of a sad sight to watch, how Infi could not get out of that tricky situation.
Yeah, and the fight goes on. The Aurora stolen ultimate actually is going to get used by Cat Bot to clear out the wave. So they are going to hold on to this turret And just look at the top side right now. Minus 30 CS goal lead for the side of Dead Corporal, 2-0 and 2. The top two, well, the top side of the map actually doing pretty well for the side of Kakao Gaming, as they are quite ahead, 3-1 and 2 on the Jags that we were questioning. Well, that has been answered, but the CS numbers are just so bad for the side of W. 67 at 13 minutes is just not that great, honestly. And I think he would be looking to improve on that.
Yeah, and these numbers not looking the best, at least for the top side right now. Infi still in terms equal in terms of camps against the side of the Jags. Dead Corporal gets nice trades, gets out pretty nicely, dodges the Q3 from RTO, so he's pretty happy about it. Still maintaining that, you know, one level difference that he has, avoiding a lot of these nice turret shots as well walking forward. But talking about, you know, the state of the game, 7 kills to 6. Kakao with a slight goal lead as well, around 700 gold. Infi has been, you know, chased quite a bit in his jungle, especially towards that red side where he was caught out earlier. So he's having a tough time dealing with all these invaders. Copy, a very, very aggressive jungler, is going to be taking this red buff away from Infi. And Infi is making his way over to maybe Copy's red buff, and he's going to go for a late extended trade of buffs. But turret going down bot side. Don't think Sam can do much. Can't walk up at all, especially now that he's going to get ganked on. Here comes Infi, flag and drag. Remember, just Sam doesn't have flash. The Cataclysm comes in. The chains connect from Catbot this time. It's going to be Catbot claiming that kill for the troubles of his entire team. But they're going to end up giving the tier 1 in the mid lane for that.
Yeah, I think that's a great trade for the side of Kakao Gaming. Actually, anytime you can trade turrets, especially for the mid one, I think it's worth it. Unfortunately, that they do lose out on Sam, who is now falling really behind. 0-3 and 1 on the Caitlyn. Had a really good start, as we keep mentioning. So I think that's going to be a bit of a problem, as Dead Corporal looks for another trade. Copy going to find Infinity. Oh wow, he actually does have the damage to finish that off, as Kratos is going to die as well. That's going to be 2 kills for the side of Copy. Beautifully played, knowing the limits of his champion. And another kill comes in towards the top side of the map. Love to use his ultimate to drop the aggro off as well, and that's going to be another turret for the side of Kakao Gaming, who have just swung the game on their favor, getting 3 kills and the turret for themselves.
And on the offside, you did see Copy end up falling to Lotus, but there was Copy doing a miraculous job over there in a 1v2, gets both kills, walks away. It's only when Lotus comes out later that he falls, but his team gets a tier 1. No, Catbot, you don't want any of this smoke, my man. He's going to get stunned, locked up in place. He does channel the Solar Revenant ultimate just to survive, but the bar portal comes over here. Catbot might get an exchange. Here comes Black Infinity. The Revenant does go down. W is being chased by Catbot. Such a turnaround in this fight. Now love to running for the hills. He's stuck between a rock and a hard place. The enchanted tunnel should come out, but no, he had just used it. Still on CDR, and no, that fight looked a bit disastrous. Looked like Catbot was caught, but it's Kakao Gaming that go down 3-0, as well as the Rift Herald being picked up by Infi right now.
Yeah, and you know, just stealing that dominance from the side of Renekton. That Silas just became so tanky. We both thought he was going to die, but the Lulu comes in, and then Black Infinity comes in, and again Catbot is able to secure so many kills and assists for his team right there, and now has the 150 gold shutdown bounty on him. But that Sivir looks scary as well. 3-0 and 2. Lotus piloting that is going to complete his Infinity Edge pretty soon as his second item, and he's looking very, very strong. And I feel Kakao Gaming have to fight with the Jags. I don't think without him they have enough damage to finish off these targets. As we saw, the Jags was able to 2v1 the enemy jungler and the support, as the flash will be forced out from the side of Lotus, who found himself a bit too ahead. And I think that's a great trade for the side of Kakao Gaming.
And Kakao Gaming will definitely take that for them. So Rift Herald spawn made over here. Infi very scared to walk up, and very rightly so. There are 4 members of Kakao Gaming in that bush. The Herald's going to be completely stopped, not even be allowed to touch the tier 1. Is being whittled away. Now Soul, S8UL are looking at Dead Corporals against the world. Will just slice his way out of it, and now they're looking for Drake. The Drake fight is a bit... There's a stolen bard out by Catbot right now. Let's see how he's going to use it in this fight to maybe isolate targets. W is playing a bit on the side. Maybe wants to look in to jump in with Aurora ultimate. Drake now being started up by the side of Kakao Gaming. One by one, S8UL members are walking forward. They are not walking behind. Redcopper pops his ultimate, is walking into the fight, but Catbot has gone very, very deep in the backlines. He ends up falling very early in this fight, and that's a bit of a mistake from the mid lane of S8UL, but look at the damage being done by S8UL right now. They're locked up in the cat. A double kill coming in for Lotus. Sam is trying to run, but there is nowhere to hide. RTO ends up picking that kill. There's 3 kills to the side of the Severe, 1 kill to the side of RTO, and he's probably looking for his own double. A triple kill for Lotus, a double kill for RTO, and what looked like a bit of disaster when Catbot dived so deep. There was a lot that was used on him, and the rest of S8UL are there for the cleanup. It's a ace for just 1 member lost and a dragon picked up. Your 3rd Drake, your Mountain Soul point right now, and S8UL have definitely taken this match by the reins.
100%. That team fight looked like, the Catbot had overstepped his boundaries, but then the Cataclysm comes in, the Aatrox knockups, just start coming in, and before you know it, the triple kill comes in for the side of Lotus, who is now sitting very comfortably 6-0-4 on that Sever. 100% has his 2nd item completed as well. He's going to pick that up, and Infi as well. Just I think don't give him Jarvan, guys. 3-3-13. That is 100% kill participation for him in this game so far. Has the 2 items completed as well. So even when he, it looks like he's not playing his best game, he comes alive in these sort of team fights, and that's exactly what we have seen in this game. And S8UL find themselves almost 4,000 gold ahead at 19 minutes, and more importantly, have 3 dragons for themselves.
Dragon, and like you said, Infi can't be giving him this Jarvan. The guy who's climbed channel at such a high percentage win rate as well just tells you how well he can play, and you can see it over here. That Cataclysm locked up so many members of Kakao Gaming in a short amount of space. But that being said, Infi has to get out. Nice flag attack, gets out of the counter strike from Copy before the stun lands, gets away with his life this time. And what looked like a bit of a tricky situation of Infi maybe falling in trap, he has the mobility, he has the ability to get out of it, and that's exactly what he does. Talking about items a bit, Caitlyn, pretty far behind the Sivir. Sivir already completed the Infinity Age and Unitas, while Caitlyn only has the Unitas and Pickaxe. That is so
right there. Madness, but as you say, the item difference, Lotus is a whole Infinity Edge ahead of Sam right now.
Exactly.
And that's the sort of item difference that we have in this game. I think he is the gold lead right now, if you just look at the gold as well. This is his,
Yeah, 6-0, bro. This guy is doing phenomenally. He hasn't died once right now on the Severe. Is always pretty well behind in his back, so he does play pretty nicely front to back for his side. Sam, you might be caught out here if Love to can't save your life. He does net outside the Cataclysm that might survive him a bit, but no, ends up going down. Severe picks up her 7th kill of the game. Here comes the Stolen Bard ultimate as well. And it just landed onto Copy. Copy is going further onto more targets. Lotus going down pretty earlier in this fight. Dead Corporal's the only one surviving, but even he ends up going down to the triple kill of Catbot. That's a 4-for-3, a very messy exchange in favor of S8UL, but it's going to allow them to as well pick up this mid tier 2 and Catbot to get some very well-deserved gold in his pocket. This is exactly what happened last game, where he was pretty much even or slightly behind, and then he picks up, this triple kill, the quarter kill, gets an instant boost in gold, instant, itemization will be coming on his next pack, and this is not what you want. But on the other side, Lotus did give over a pretty heavy shutdown. Didn't get to see who it was on, but that's going to be his first time falling down, as the red buff is being stolen right about here.
Yeah, as you said, like even in the last game, he was falling behind, but then these sort of team fights where he comes alive, picks up the triple kill for himself, gets the tier 2 turret in the mid lane. I thought that was a good, okay fight for the side of Kakao Gaming, as they were able to secure the shutdown, the big bounty from the Sever, getting that 1,000 gold for themselves. As we are going to pause that thought, Catbot steals the Aurora ult and just dashes away, knows his way around that ultimate and that champion, as well as we have seen him play that before. As Copy is going to actually start this Rift Herald. I'm not too sure about this call. I do feel S8UL have the lead, but Dead Corporal actually hides in the brush right there. Lotus has to burn his flash to get away from this monster of a crocodile right now. And now did Akshaj go in? No, he was not able to, as Dead Corporal still zoning Lotus away. Might just be able to kill the Seven. Never mind, the cavalry has arrived. The knock-up connects. Dead Corporal goes down. And that is the cue for Kakao Gaming to just run away from the Atacama.
Yeah, and that's very rightfully so. You don't have your big meaty shield in the terms of Dead Corporal anymore. Atakan going very low. Copy still looking for a steal, maybe. He is walking up, but no, Infi wants to neutralize him over here. 2 Bard Elephants, 1 stolen, 1 real. Copy's coming close to Atakan, maybe goes to the steal. He does end up stealing. He's gonna end up giving his life, but that's a trade I would take any day. Jungler for the Atakan, but the only problem is
And
this
the
ends up being Soul Drake for the side of S8UL. That's the mountain drake, mind you. So a lot of resistance now coming on the attacks, on the Jarvan, all on members. It was a last-ditch effort from Copy. He did what he could in that situation, but S8UL, quite a good goal lead, 5.3k gold, and running away with the match quite a bit.
I think this game is as good as done. I mean, you look at the bot lane, 818 Sever, 0116 Lulu. Yeah, this game is it's definitely done, especially paired up with the Dragon Soul as well. Yeah, this is going to be a very long game for the side of Kakao Gaming. If they're gonna have to pull off the miracle now if they are to come back in this game.
Yeah, like you said, it's the S8UL's game to lose, but look at this, RTO trading pretty well against Dead Corporal, and Dead Corporal is pulling on the moves to Q3 from RTO. Too far from it, they're just going to back away from the exchange. Baron going to be coming up in around 40 seconds time. That's the next objective on everyone's mind. Arm Guard is already in for Cat, but so if he does dive deep like he did in one of the previous fights, he still has, the chance to go golden and survive like that. RTO going to be walking up to Dead Corporal over here. RTO doesn't have TP, while DC does have TP to come into this fight. Copy is going to go in against 3 members essentially. He's locked up in the cat because there's not many places he can run. Does jump off onto the war jump, but that's a pretty dead Jax, a dead jungler, and a dead RTO if RTO doesn't get it. But look at the amount of lifesteal he is picking up. He does flash over the wall. He is looking to survive. He does run out of the war. And Dead Corporal is chasing. He is going to try to go, but there comes the strike break. There comes the slow. But the healing is still there for RTO. There is no anti-heal. That's going to be S8UL after most members of Kakao are left chasing an Aatrox that's very well still alive. It's going to be them picking up the Baron, and a bit of error coming from Copy, who's not had a bad game so far.
Nah, I would say he's had a decent game so far, but the Soul going towards the side of S8UL and then the Death Stance with the Sundered Sky, it's just a lot of healing for the Aatrox. If you can't get any grievous wounds, I don't think you're going to be able to kill him, as he almost cancels the recall coming out from the Renekton. The Baron was picked up for the side of S8UL as they look to end this game as soon as they can. Lotus might get caught out, does not have the flash available to him. The Bard ultimate comes in, the trap is going to get laid down, and there you go, the combo finally comes in. Caitlyn gets her first kill of the game. A very small mistake, I would say. I don't think the kill matters too much in the grand scheme of things in this one, but any gold picked up for the side of Kakao Gaming, I don't think they will mind that at all.
Yeah, and they will be taking whatever scraps that they can fend for themselves right now. Catbot, you're walking into a bit of a trap, but is it a trap that you're going to be... The arm guards come out instantly from it. That allows Infi to come over here. The Lulu ultimate propped onto Catbot to buy some time for him to survive. He's going very dangerously low in this fight. He does end up going down. A misstep coming in from the S8UL members. Infi does get out of this life, but RTO has TP'd into this fight, and he doesn't want any of this fight at the end of the day. He's going to run away, maybe catch a bot wave before he backs recalls, but no, Iset has a recall over here. So a bit of Catbot getting over aggressive, thought he can survive because Zonia is completed over there, but no, gets completely punished. Infi also just getting out by the skin of his teeth, a slither of HP right there, and he does end up surviving. But you can't give Kakao Gaming slight avenues like this back in the game, because these
No,
small
you
mistakes
can't.
sometimes do lead up to something else. RTO will spot out Love to has to instantly magic tunnel over the side. But now, in terms of objectives, the closest one will be that Elder Drake in 2 minutes time, and that's what S8UL have to look forward to. Maybe catch out Copy exactly how they did before the Baron fight or something like that, because even in a 5v5 they do pretty fine with the Cataclysm, locks up a lot of members. So it's yet to see what they want to play for.
Yeah,
And
and
oh no,
Copy
Copy.
might actually end up getting caught here. Is going to the infernal chains are going to connect. The flag and drag comes in. He's able to hop out. Never mind, the double knockup comes in. Infi again with the EQ. I think that's going to come up pretty soon, as well as the Bard ultimate comes up. Double kill for the side of Aatrox. The Aurora ult, never mind, W with a huge misplay right there, dashes in, and that is going to be ace for the side of S8UL. We might be looking at the end of the game as well. Let's see if they are able to do that. But oh my god, these sort of team fights, I'm not too sure if the Kakao Gaming is ready for these. That was just a whitewash of 5-0, a clean ace coming out for the side of S8UL.
They can't end the game here, but it's pretty much a done deal given the prowess that they're showing. A clean ace coming from them. They pick up a tier 2 in the bot side. They're going to pick up a tier 3 in the bot side as well. Inhibitor over there. Inhibitor this side. Let's see if they're going to stay for it. Lotus really wants to pick it up, but I don't think he can stay that much longer. Catbot has a stolen Jax out for, the additional MR and, magic. Sorry, armor that he will get in team fights. Let's see how he wants to hold it up. Maybe use it like an star for himself. But talking all in all, Soul has been picked up. Elder's coming in 35 seconds. I'm pretty sure this one is a bit done and dusted for the side.
Yeah,
Copy had his moments on his Jax, but unfortunately the rest of his team not on the follow-up. Dead Corporal did amazing in lane, push it up pretty well, but the side of the bot side is where most of the fall, as long as the mid side of Kakao lies right now. They are trying to come here. Nice flank comfortably. He fails the jump over the wall. Will that my nice change land from Catbot? Bryce spacing for him that lets him get to the rest of his team, but he's going further in. He is not done. And W, that's not the kind of play you want to make at this point in the game. Catbot comes in first, flashes forward. He does have the Jax ultimate, but how long does that save him? Here comes the Zhonya's. Here comes Copy. Copy really wants to kill Catbot. It's Sam that ends up picking up the kill. Here comes the Bard ultimate. They're all locked up in one place. That's Lotus going down once that ultimate stasis has finished. But look who's here. It's the big bad man. It's Infi. One good Cataclysm can lock in a lot of members. But the flag and drag is going to be catching on to Sam. Sam ends up going down. Copy is following through. I think Copy versus Infi. Copy is the one that's going to come out on top, especially with the Q and E if it does land. But one more no, it's Infi coming out on top over there. Kratos on the other side of the screen falls to Dead Corporal. It's a triple kill for Infi in this matchup, and Infi coming up huge in this team fight.
Yeah, that team fight, I'm not too sure why S8UL is trying to fight like that, giving Kakao a chance, especially without Infi and Kratos, who were not in the fight initially. So I think that was just a big misstep from them, but they are just so far ahead that it didn't matter too much, as the Elder Dragon has spawned Infinity running towards that right now, wants to catch that at all costs, and I think it should be pretty free, as well as you can see the dead timer on Copy, still 12 seconds to go and a few more seconds for him to get out of the base and find his way towards the dragon. So I think this is going to be uncontested for the side of S8UL, and this should be the final nail in the coffin for them as well, to just end this game with the next team fight that comes in.
Yeah, it does look like that Elder Drake being picked up right now for the side of S8UL. No contestant, as like you talked about. Baron going to be coming up 20 seconds. Maybe S8UL just wants everything on the map before they go for the final finish over here. Copy picking up the blue buff, and look at this, a bit of a trap set up by Kakao Gaming, but do they really want to go in against S8UL? Copy flash forward with the counter strike. Here comes the stasis from the Bard ultimate. He's locked in quite a bit of members. Lotus instantly nullified in this fight. Infi having to run for his life. Copy doing God's work in the backside, but Sam ends up going down. Both ADCs out of the fight. Copy is fighting tooth and nail just to survive. The counter strike does connect on to Catbot, but it's not enough. 3 members down for Kakao Gaming in a fight where Lotus was almost instantly neutralized, and now you can see S8UL members are walking it down the mid side. Dead Cropper probably wants to go for a heal. W doesn't have the ultimate for a fight underneath turrets. Let's see how much S8UL are going to pressure. They do have the Elder Drake, and they maybe want to fight more. Catbot steals the Renekton ultimate, is going forward, but Renekton just slice and dice his way out. The Flag and Drag catches the big crocodile. That's crocodile dinner for you for the side of Catbot, and the execution rocking onto the Aurora. This is pretty much GG over here. The wave is going to be coming in. That's going to be S8UL trying to finish this game out. Copy is going to be coming up. Love 2 is going to be coming up, but can they prevent it? S8UL erring on the side of caution. RTO taking quite a few, but of turret shots. They want to go for the end, but I think they've overextended quite a bit, and now it's S8UL that have to run for the hills. And what seemed like a standard finish to the game now unfortunately turns into a bit of a long for S8UL to try and finish this one off.
Yeah, a slight delay there. I'm not sure how they have not managed to end this game yet, especially with the Elder Dragon. But the Baron has spawned now. Kratos is going to get ulted, but again, he has his whole team behind him. The knockup is going to connect. The Dragon buff is still there for Infi as he's going to grab that kill. And that should be a very free Baron for the side of S8UL. And this game has gone a bit longer than we would have liked for sure, but I think this should be the end, right? One more reset, one more push, one more game against Kakao Gaming, and S8UL still stay undefeated.
Yes, and it does look like they can finish this one off. They have picked up the Baron buff right now. They are walking it down mid side. Copy always having a bit of a staggered death timer compared to the rest of his team, especially in terms of these important fights. Like Copy just walked by himself into that fight and was very rightly so punished by the S8UL members. A 33-minute game so far. The goal lead has expanded quite a bit by 14k in S8UL's favor right now. And Catbot has played aggressive, but I think Infi is the man of the hour. Just how well he's becoming in fights. Always crucial, always lock people with Cataclysm. Lulu with proper ultimates coming in. Catbot, just look how aggressive this man. He just walks over the wall like, hey, this is my territory now. I own this part of the map. But every single side of Kakao Gaming is being pushed in. Last inhibitor right now being picked up by the side of S8UL. The Baron empowered minions running it in over here. And the final name, the coffin is going to come in. Nice flash forward by Catbot with the Aurora. Does lock in Sam, does lock in the Aurora, does go golden. That's going to be a dead crocodile. That's going to be pretty much dead. Copy, no, but Copy runs into his own turret just for safety. RTO ends up falling down. It's going to be S8UL just going to be punishing the mistakes Kakao has made this game. It's going to be them taking the series 2-0 in this best of 3 and securing 3 very crucial points in the Legends Ascend leaderboard.
Yes, as you said, 2-0, and look at the scoreboard as well. I think Infi has 40 kill participation out of 41, so that is just I'm not too sure. I'm lost. I'm at a loss of words for how well he has played in this game. S8UL as well, again setting the standard, showing us what you need to do, or rather how much you need to do to take them down, because this is the second best team after them, and this was not a close series at all. The games were close, but if you go to the result 2-0, it's just a bit one-sided, right? So yeah, just a gulf between the teams still, and hopefully in the finals, if Kakao Gaming and if both the teams can make it, and we do expect that they will, we get a closer series.
Yeah, hopefully so. Unfortunately, Kakao not showing their side that they showed in the qualifier 1 against S8UL, but now S8UL under this new banner, under this new org, with their first victory under their belt in Legends Ascend. And now you can see they have done phenomenally for themselves, and you can see that they are rightfully so. You're defending champions right now for them, because this is a team that was a bit lacking game 1 early on, but game 2 came out guns blazing, did their job phenomenally, took pretty much everything across the map, took the Elder later on, took the Drake, and I think it was maybe just the bot side a bit lacking this time for Kakao, as along with with the mid laner, the Aurora, just couldn't be as effective as you want. Catbot seeing quite a few crucial ultimates and coming in with them as well. The aggression shown by him. Infi doing phenomenally. Lotus pretty much untouched most fights. When he was getting narrowed down, maybe then ended up dying. But earlier on, he was 7-0 at one point. So hats off to that man, just keeping safe. It's such a bloody, exchanges pretty much later in this game. So did a phenomenal performance, and unfortunately Kakao Gaming not going to be able to get their revenge this time, not going to be able to secure a single point, but hopefully moving on in Legends Ascent have a better performance showing out, because this was pretty much their toughest competition coming in to this tournament, and this time at least S8UL coming on top, and hopefully in the rematch between these teams, because eventually we will be seeing a rematch between these teams, I don't doubt that whatsoever, and hopefully then Kakao maybe shows a better performance.
Yeah, 100%. I think they will be a bit disappointed in themselves as well after this series. I think they had the tools, they had the right tools, the right ideas, but the execution is what was lacking. Just a few changes, especially in the drafting phase, and how the team fights, went on for the side of S8UL. I think just a small tweaks, and they will be able to compete against S8UL, but I don't think they will be contested like that, like they have in this game, in the remaining series that they have left. Still a long way to go. Anything can happen. There's a lot of action to come around, a lot of best of threes that these two teams will be playing, so we'll be keeping a very close eye on both of them. For now, Kakao Gaming is going to go 1-1 in terms of match score, the series score for them, and S8UL getting a very clean 2-0, and we do expect them to just beat out the competition from here on.
Yeah, and as you said, Kakao having a pretty neutral week one over here. 1 win, 1 loss, essentially 3 points out of the 6 that they could have potentially won. But as it well, continuing with their dominance, starts off Legends and pretty strong, 3-0 in their pocket. We'll be looking forward to get more battles between these two teams, because a reminder, these teams have faced each other time and time again. Unfortunately, it's usually one type of victor. Hopefully changes in the future, but this is how the matchups went. If you did miss the first series as well, we have update for you, because Revenants ended up winning that one 2-0 against Syndicate, which is a bit of a rematch from their matches up in qualifier 2, where it was Syndicate, then known as FFing, against Revenants, who unfortunately did lose out in that series. So unfortunately, both today revenge matches not going in the favors of the victims, the people who usually win out in those matchups, ended up winning. So unfortunately, not an underdog story as of yet in the tournament build-up, but hopefully more action will be coming. Right, guys, we will be hosting games every Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 2 best of 3s pretty much every day until July 20th. So it's going to be action-packed weekends for League of Legends South Asia every time this month and for most of the next month. So you don't want to miss out on any of those actions.
Yeah, 100%. And thanks for reminding that that sort of showing that Revenant had against Syndicate as well. A really quick series there as well. I mean, both the series were, both the games were pretty close, right? Even in this series, the games were close, could have gone either way. In the previous series as well, I think Syndicate was doing a good job, and as we said earlier, they were winning till they weren't, right? Then that was just a one-sided affair afterwards, after a few team fights. So I think that's just how it goes in our region, and to be honest, everywhere around the world. So these were pretty close matches. Hopefully we'll see all 3 games tomorrow in any of the series that the players are going to play. The schedule will be coming up shortly as well, but a good day of League of Legends, and especially after such a hyped up match, the series, Kakao Gaming and the S8UL. This is the match that both of us at least mostly look forward to casting as well, because it's a lot of fun and anything can happen. Has gone to 5 games before as well. So yeah, this was a lot of fun. We'll be switching on to the scoreboard pretty soon as well to show you what actually went around if you missed the game, or if you missed who actually won the series. S8UL with a very clean 2-0, but the games were really close.
they were really close. I think we've only had 2-0 except for the matchup yesterday of Phoenix Ascension versus Power Patrol, where Power Patrol managed to steal away the second game, so still managed to get a point for themselves. Where Phoenix Ascension, honestly, I thought were the stronger team in their matchup, but unfortunately couldn't, lock down the second game. Invoker went crazy on the Tristana and absolutely had a field day with the side of Phoenix Ascension game 2 at least. And, first game also for Power Patrol, they had a couple of lane swaps coming because I think some players just weren't available at that time over there. So there was a lot of lane swaps coming, role swaps coming for their side that weakened them game 1. But game 3, there was no mistake because they were on pretty much their most roles. And unfortunately, just didn't pan out. Even today, like Dead Corporal's Tryndamere pick in game 1 was only useful in the laning phase. Afterwards, not so much whatsoever. And the lead acquired by the side of Kakao game 1 just couldn't get finished essentially, because that's also kind of the story of these two teams. In qualifier 1, right, they went all 5 games. 5th game Kakao was in a pretty steady lead, but unfortunately just due to some mishaps and asterisks at that time known as S8UL's resistance, they were able to come back in the match, at least take down qualifier 1 as the champions. But that's what it's about League of Legends. You build your comps, you play according to it, and then you can have some fun time accordingly. But if you don't, it's not going to be a very pretty picture if you don't plan or draft accordingly. And I think maybe it's time maybe Kakao does draft maybe on more the consistent side or more traditional side, because sometimes their wonky picks work, sometimes they don't. It's a bit of a hit and miss, and I hope maybe they do neutralize that. But just taking a look at the scoreboard over here, Kaka, just take us through it.
I mean, yeah, this was not a close game after a few team fights, right? So you can see the gold lead, almost 16,000 at the end of the game, 11 turrets to 3. Same story just like the last game, but more importantly, the soul did come out for the side of S8UL, the Mountain Soul, so making it really hard. Little Dragon, Baron, Rift Herald, everything picked up from the side of S8UL. Only the Void Grubs were picked up from the side of Kakao and Atakan as well. So a really close affair in the early game, but as you said, right, Dead Corporal did really well in the laning phase, but I think that was just about it, because RTO does really know his way around in the team fights. And speaking of team fights, look at this guy, 40 KP out of 41 on the Jarvan, 748 damage. I mean, the other stats are just not as effective or useless, I would say. But that sort of kill participation for a jungler is any jungler's dream, right? You want to be active on the map, you want to do whatever you want. And let's just look at the head-to-head as well. As I do feel Copy again had a really strong performance on a different role. Did fine on the Wukong, did really well on the Jags, but unfortunately it's a team game, so and his team was not able to provide him the support that he needed. But a really close competition between both of these guys, and Infi comes out on top today. We don't know what's going to happen next time around, but a really close affair. Both these teams and guys really matched up very closely. But yeah, I mean, Infinity with that performance in that game too, I think again comfortably the best jungler in our scene.
Yeah, I think, like you said, Copy did pretty well for himself. Bit of a team gap later on because the team didn't back him up the way he wanted to, and unfortunately that's how the cookie crumbles in this one. But just taking a look at the league table, we've already had 2 days of action. You can see on the top spot is going to be SYN Esports with their 3 points. The only team to have played 2 games is going to be Kaka Gaming. They won yesterday, they lost today. So out of the 6 points, they only managed to grab the 3. Revenants with a dominating performance today against Syndicate, end up 1 win, 3 points. Phoenix Ascension did win their game yesterday, but unfortunately it took all 3 maps. So because of that, they only have 2 points. And because Power Patrol took a game away from the side of Phoenix Ascension, even with their loss, they still managed their 1 point. And unfortunately, it's going to be Syndicate and Kaka Gaming at the bottom of the table after playing 1 game each. They both have incurred 1 loss each as well. So unfortunately, this is how it is. The rest of the teams will also be playing. So this is just the short recap of the leaderboard for at least day 2 up till day 2 of week 1, and hopefully we get to see much more action coming in from these teams that come up, and we get to see a couple of new faces that have not seen the big stage. per se, as you know, Kakao Gaming, as Phoenix Ascension, as S8UL Esports, I think that's a pretty exciting aspect as well, because you get to see so many different people. But with that being said, guys, we are going to take our leave for the day. We will see you guys tomorrow for my matchup. It's been me, Madness, alongside Kaka, the always smiling man by my side. But that's all for us, folks, and we hope to see you tomorrow for more matches.
bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. And I got a cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the boys. I feel like Joel and B, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the letter, I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. And I got a cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian.